Before cities, before kings, before the first written words, there was an age history almost forgot, a time when coastlines drowned, villages rose from dust, monuments appeared before kingdoms, and humans began changing the earth without knowing they were changing the future. This is the Lost Epoch, the missing era between the Ice Age and ancient civilization, where the foundations of our world were built in silence. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy ancient history, lost worlds, and the mysteries buried beneath time. The river has changed its mind. Where there was once a bend of cold water moving through reeds and gravel, there is now a dry scar in the earth, pale under the sun, crossed by the footprints of animals that no longer belong to the age that made it. Beyond it, hills that once held forests stand open and bare. Farther away, where people may have camped beside a vanished shoreline, the sea has climbed over the evidence and kept it. A hearth, a scatter of blades, a child's footprint in damp clay. The bones of fish split open by careful hands. The memory of a route from one seasonal camp to another, all of it may lie beneath meters of water, or dust, or roots, or time. This is where the missing era begins, not in darkness, but in too much change. Ancient history often seems to start suddenly. One moment the human past is deep, wild, and almost silent, filled with stone tools, caves, migrating herds, and small communities moving through enormous landscapes. Then, as if a curtain lifts, there are villages, temples, fields, pottery, long-distance trade, kings, scribes, walls, granaries, and cities. Textbooks often glide across the space between those worlds because it is difficult to narrate. There are no royal inscriptions to quote. No named rulers step forward. No one writes down the reason a settlement was abandoned, why a shrine mattered, why one valley became sacred, why one plant was favoured over another, or what a dying elder wanted remembered. The evidence remains incomplete, and the silence can make the period feel empty. But it is not empty. It is crowded with decisions. Somewhere in that shadowed interval, humans alter their relationship with the earth so deeply that the consequences still surround us. They begin to live in different rhythms. They gather more often in fixed places. They return to the same patches of ground until the ground itself becomes part of identity. They watch seeds fall and rise again. They store food, defend food, inherit food, and lose food. They bury the dead near houses, under floors, or in places that bind memory to landscape. They move stones that are too large for casual labour. They make images whose meanings are only partly visible now. They form networks that carry obsidian, shells, pigments, ideas, spouses, stories, and perhaps warnings across great distances. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, because the story ahead is not about a single lost city or one dramatic collapse. It is about the long threshold where the world before history becomes the world history can finally recognize. The problem is that thresholds rarely preserve themselves clearly. They are lived through by people who do not know they are standing at the edge of an era. A family following gazelle across a steppe does not think of itself as pre-civilizational. A woman grinding wild grain beside a temporary camp does not imagine she's participating in a transformation that will one day lead to granaries, taxes, armies, and empire. A group raising carved pillars on a hilltop does not pause to explain to distant descendants whether religion created settlement or settlement created religion, or whether both rose together from something more subtle. What survives in the record suggests experiment, hesitation, success, failure, return, and reinvention. It does not suggest a simple march from primitive wandering to civilized order. That older story, neat and confident, has been losing ground for decades. Archaeology has made the missing era stranger, richer, and less obedient. Farming does not appear all at once as a brilliant invention that solves hunger. In many places it looks more like a risky bargain, taken up gradually, resisted in some regions, abandoned in others, and paid for with harder labour, narrower diets, new diseases, and sharper inequalities. Monumental building does not wait politely for cities. At places such as Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Anatolia, people gather and carve stone on a scale once thought impossible, before agriculture and settled village life had fully taken hold. Trade networks stretch farther back than expected. Burials reveal care, violence, distinction, and belief before written law. Ancient DNA shows migrations and mixtures that redraw the map of early peoples, not as isolated tribes frozen in place, but as moving, meeting, changing communities. And yet, the era still resists becoming a clean story. It sits between two kinds of evidence. Behind it lies deep prehistory, where stone tools and bones speak in fragments across hundreds of thousands of years. Ahead of it lies written history, where the voices of states begin to dominate, partial and biased though they are. Between them lies a zone where human life becomes increasingly complex, but human explanation has not yet been written down. That is why it feels like a missing page. Not because nothing happened there, but because so much happened without leaving the kind of record later civilizations taught us to expect. Imagine a shoreline near the end of the Ice Age. The air is colder than today, but it is warming unevenly, unpredictably. Great ice sheets still hold enormous amounts of water, locking coastlines far beyond their modern positions. People live in places that are now seabed. They know rivers that no longer run where they once did. They cross plains that are now straits. They hunt animals whose ranges are shifting or shrinking. Their maps are carried in memory, song, repeated movement. And the teaching of children. Then the world begins to melt. Sea levels rise not as a gentle line on a chart, but as a pressure on lived places. Camps vanish. Hunting grounds move. Freshwater changes. Shellfish beds drown or relocate. Generations inherit stories of land that was there, then marsh, then water, then only a dangerous place beyond the breakers. Some scholars still debate how much of later flood tradition may preserve distant memories of these changes. It is tempting to imagine every ancient deluge myth as an echo of post-Ice Age sea rise, and that temptation should be handled carefully. Cultures create flood stories for many reasons, and no single explanation fully accounts for them. But the physical transformation itself is beyond doubt. Across the planet, rising waters erased some of the most attractive places for human settlement. Coastal plains, river mouths, lagoon edges, and lowland corridors where food was abundant and travel was easy. If early experiments in settlement, gathering, ritual, or exchange flourished in such places, much of their evidence is now underwater. The missing era may be missing partly because humans liked living where preservation later became least forgiving. Even inland, the world does not remain still. The end of the Pleistocene brings not one simple warming, but pulses, reversals, shocks, and regional variations. The Younger Dryas, a sudden return to colder conditions beginning around 12,900 years ago, interrupts warming in parts of the northern hemisphere and lasts more than 1,000 years. In the Near East, where wild cereals grow and human communities are already experimenting with more settled life. Climate stress may have played a role in changing subsistence strategies. The exact relationships remain debated because climate does not force a single human response. It narrows possibilities in one place and opens them in another. It pressures some groups toward mobility and others toward storage. It can make old knowledge less reliable and new habits more valuable. This matters because the missing era is often imagined as a gap in information, but it is also a gap in expectation. Modern people look backward from cities and assume cities were the destination. We see agriculture and assume agriculture was progress. We see writing and assume silence was ignorance. But people living through this threshold did not know the destination. They were not trying to become ancient Egypt, Sumer, the Indus Valley, or early China. They were trying to eat, endure. Remember, cooperate, compete, raise children, honor the dead, and make sense of the landscapes that kept changing beneath them. There is a quiet drama in that. Not the drama of one king defeating another, but the deeper drama of human communities discovering that old ways can be both powerful and fragile. For most of our species' existence, survival depended on mobility, flexibility, an intimate knowledge of plants, animals, seasons, stone, water, and weather. Hunter-gatherer life was not a simple struggle in a barren wilderness. In many environments it could be skilled, varied, socially rich, and deeply adapted. Then, in certain regions, some groups began to intensify their relationship with particular places and species. They did not instantly become farmers. They harvested wild stands more carefully. They returned to favored grounds. They stored more. They built more substantial structures. They tolerated crowding. They accepted new risks because the rewards were real, or because the alternatives were narrowing, or because ritual and social life pulled people together in ways that food alone cannot explain. The oldest missing parts of ancient history may therefore be hidden not in one lost continent or one forbidden archive, but in ordinary human choices multiplied over thousands of years. A grinding stone grows smoother from repeated use. A wild plant changes because humans keep selecting its seeds without yet understanding genetics. A burial ground gathers ancestors until the living cannot leave it easily. A meeting place becomes sacred because people return to it across generations. A path becomes a trade route. A storage pit becomes wealth. A house becomes inheritance. A feast becomes obligation. A leader becomes someone whose influence lasts longer than a hunt. None of these changes requires writing at first. All of them can reshape the future. Still, the silence hurts. Without writing, the people of this era are often reduced to categories Natufian, Neolithic, Epipaleolithic, Early Holocene, Pre-Pottery, Hunter-Gatherer, Farmer, Forager. These labels help scholars organize evidence, but they can flatten living worlds. Every named culture in archaeology is a modern container built around patterns in tools, buildings, burials, and materials. The people inside those containers had names for themselves: jokes, fears, rivalries, songs, scars, and memories that do not survive. A skull can reveal diet, ancestry, injury, disease, and sometimes migration. It cannot tell us the full story of the person's last dream. A stone circle can reveal labor and design. It cannot easily explain the emotion of those who stood within it. An ancient seed can reveal domestication. It cannot speak the moment someone noticed that one kind of grass returned more generously than another. So the missing era is not a blank space, it is a damaged archive. Its documents are pollen grains, lake sediments, charcoal flecks, post holes, bones, teeth, isotopes, genetic fragments, shell beads, obsidian blades, ochre stains, and drowned landscapes. Its libraries are caves, tells, middens, river terraces, seabeds, and burial pits. Its pages are scattered unevenly, and many have been burned, flooded, eroded, or never preserved at all. To read it, scholars must combine sciences that earlier generations of historians could barely imagine. They look at ancient DNA to trace ancestry and movement. They measure isotopes to reconstruct diet and mobility. They study microscopic wear on tools to infer tasks. They examine starch grains and phytoliths to identify plants. They core lakes and seabeds to reconstruct climate. They dive beneath modern coastlines in search of settlements lost to rising seas. Each method adds light, but the light falls in patches. That patchiness is the source of the mystery. It is also what makes the era so compelling. Recorded history often tells us what powerful people wanted remembered. The missing era gives us something more difficult and, in some ways, more intimate traces left before official memory. There are no proclamations carved by kings, but there are houses rebuilt in the same place. There are graves opened and revisited. There are animals carved into stone with attention so sharp it suggests not decoration, but relationship. There are signs of care for the injured and signs of violence against enemies. There are villages that grow, strain, and disappear. There are landscapes that invite settlement, then punish it. There are innovations that look inevitable only because we live after them. The Lost Epoch, then, is not a single date. It is a long transformation, especially visible between the late Ice Age and the rise of the first literate civilizations, though its roots go deeper and its consequences reach farther. It is the age in which many human societies crossed from highly mobile lifeways into experiments with settlement, cultivation, ritual gathering, storage, property, and social complexity. It is the age when the foundations of ancient history were laid without the tools ancient history usually uses to announce itself. It is the age when people became more tied to place, and place became more capable of holding power over people. There is a strange irony here. The first written civilizations, when they finally appear, often look back on themselves as already ancient. Their myths speak of beginnings, floods, divine gifts, first cities, sacred kingship, and a time before the present order. They inherit crops, animals, technologies, trade routes, symbolic habits, and social tensions that were shaped long before scribes began pressing signs into clay or carving names into stone. Writing does not create history from nothing. It arrives late to a story already thousands of years old. By the time history learns to speak, much of what made it possible has already vanished into the ground. And that is the unsettling truth at the center of the missing era. The most important revolutions in human life may not have been recorded by the people who lived them. No one wrote the first contract between seed and village. No one dated the first season when staying seemed wiser than leaving. No one preserved the first argument over stored grain, the first ritual that required a community to gather from miles around. The first remembered ancestor whose grave helped anchor a people to one place. The world changed anyway. It changed in kitchens without pottery, in fields that were not yet fields, in camps becoming villages, in shrines older than states, in coastlands now beneath the sea. To follow this lost epoch is to walk along the edge of visibility. On one side are lives as full as ours, intense with meaning. On the other side is the thinness of what survives. The task is not to fill the silence with fantasy, but to listen carefully to the fragments that remain. They do not give us a neat beginning. They give us something better, a world in motion, uncertain, inventive, vulnerable, and familiar. A world where ancient history has not yet learned to write its own name, but is already being made. Before the missing era becomes visible as villages, fields, and monuments, there's a much older world beneath it, a world so long that ordinary historical imagination struggles to hold it. Human beings do not begin with cities. They do not begin with kings, laws, temples, or grain. They begin in deep time, in landscapes where survival depends less on ownership than attention, less on borders than movement, and less on written memory than the knowledge carried in bodies, tools, paths, and shared practice. Long before the first scribe presses a sign into clay, people are already making choices, solving problems, grieving their dead, crossing difficult terrain, and living within environments that change at a pace both slow and sudden. For hundreds of thousands of years, human relatives and early humans move through a planet shaped by ice ages. The climate is not one stable background, it pulses. Cold phases expand glaciers and dry out regions far from the ice. Warmer intervals open forests, wetlands, and migration corridors. Sea levels fall when water is locked in ice, exposing coastal plains and land bridges that will later disappear. In one age, a coastline may lie far beyond the horizon of its modern position. In another, the same route is swallowed by water. People live inside this breathing geography, adapting not once but repeatedly. What survives in the record suggests a species trained by instability. This is why the idea of a simple, primitive prehistory is misleading. The people before cities are not failed versions of later farmers. They are experts in worlds that later civilizations would often misunderstand. They know where stones suitable for blades can be found, which animals return to which valleys, how roots change with season, how fire behaves in damp wood, how weather gathers over mountains, and how far a child or injured adult can travel before a camp must stop. Their technology may look sparse in a museum case, but in use it belongs to an entire system of knowledge. A stone blade is not just an object, it is geology, memory, hand skill, planning, repair, and teaching compressed into a sharp edge. The deep prehistoric world is also not silent because people lack imagination. It is silent because most forms of human expression do not preserve well. Songs vanish, spoken stories vanish, gestures vanish, painted skin vanishes, wood, fibre, basketry, hides, and most everyday tools decay unless conditions are unusually kind. Archaeology is biased toward the durable, and the durable is only a fraction of life. A cave painting may survive for tens of thousands of years, while the stories told beside it are gone. A bone needle may remain after every garment it helped make has disappeared. A hearth may be visible long after the meal. The conversation and the reason for the gathering have left no trace. The evidence remains incomplete. Not because lives were simple, but because time is a ruthless editor. Still, glimpses survive. By the late Pleistocene, humans and their relatives are spread across vast regions of Africa, Eurasia, and eventually Australia and the Americas. Modern humans share the world for a time with Neanderthals, Denisovans, and perhaps other populations still known only through fragments. Ancient DNA has made this older world less tidy than it once appeared. It shows that different human groups met and mixed. Some of that ancestry survives in people today. This does not give us a complete map of encounters, but it does prove that the ancient human story is braided rather than linear. There was no single empty stage waiting for modern humans to enter. There were other human worlds already present, each with their own adaptations, territories, and histories. By the time the missing era approaches, Homo sapiens has already become a planetary species. People have crossed deserts, forests, grasslands, mountains, coasts, and cold steppes. They have reached Sahul, the combined Ice Age landmass of Australia and New Guinea, by at least tens of thousands of years ago, implying sea crossings and planning that cannot be dismissed as accidental wandering. They have entered the Americas by the late Pleistocene, though scholars still debate the timing, routes, and number of migrations. The old image of one narrow corridor opening neatly and explaining everything has given way to a more complex picture involving coastal movement, interior routes, changing ice sheets, and evidence that continues to be revised. This is a recurring pattern in the Lost Epoch's deeper background. The more evidence appears, the less simple the story becomes. And yet movement does not mean rootlessness. Mobile communities can be deeply attached to place. A group may move seasonally across a known territory, returning to the same water sources, hunting grounds, stone outcrops, burial places, and gathering sites. Their world is not random wandering. It is structured movement, a geography of memory. The fact that people do not build cities does not mean they lack belonging. In many hunter-gatherer societies, belonging is distributed across routes rather than fixed inside walls. A valley, a cliff, a grove, a river crossing, a place where ancestors are remembered or animals are expected. These can matter as strongly as later farms and temples. This matters because the missing era will not emerge from nothing. It grows out of this older flexibility. The first villages are not founded by people who have no history. The first monuments are not raised by minds that have just discovered symbolism. The first farmers are not the first people to understand plants. Long before domestication, foragers managed landscapes in subtle ways, burning vegetation to encourage useful growth, returning to seasonal stands, transporting plants, favouring certain species, and learning the habits of animals in extraordinary detail. Scholars still debate how far some of these practices should be described as management rather than cultivation, but the broader point is clear. The line between wild and domestic is not crossed in one step. It is approached through generations of close observation. The same is true of social life. Large-scale civilization requires cooperation, but cooperation is far older than civilization. Small communities coordinate hunts, share food, care for children, tend the injured, exchange partners, negotiate alliances, and transmit knowledge across generations. Some burials suggest tenderness, others status, others ritual complexity, though interpretations remain cautious because grave goods do not translate automatically into rank or belief. In certain Paleolithic sites, bodies are treated with care that implies memory and meaning beyond disposal. Elsewhere, skulls, pigments, ornaments, and arrangements of bones suggest symbolic worlds that we can see only from the outside. No single explanation fully accounts for all these traces, but they show that the human mind of deep prehistory is already concerned with identity, death, beauty, danger, and the unseen. There is a lesser-known detail that helps reveal the richness of this older world. Some of the most fragile clues are also among the most important. Microscopic plant remains can cling to grinding stones, teeth, and sediments, showing that people processed foods that leave almost no visible trace. Starch grains, phytoliths, pollen, and residues can reveal plants used long before they appear as charred seeds in obvious storage contexts. This has changed the way scholars think about prehistoric diets. Meat and hunting often dominate popular images because bones and spear points preserve dramatically. But plant knowledge may have been just as central, often more continuous, and frequently carried by forms of labour that older archaeology overlooked. The deep past was not only a world of hunters chasing mammoths across icy plains, it was also a world of digging sticks, baskets, grinding stones, tubers, nuts, berries, reeds, seeds, and careful seasonal timing. Even the animals of this world are not merely background. They shape human movement and imagination. Mammoths, aurochs, wild horses, giant deer, bison, gazelle, reindeer, and countless smaller species create patterns of opportunity and risk. Some become prey, some competitors, some symbols, and some future partners in domestication. The great extinctions at the end of the Pleistocene alter many regions profoundly, though scholars still debate the balance of climate change. Human hunting pressure, habitat transformation, and other factors. In some places, enormous animals disappear from landscapes humans had known for generations. The loss is not only ecological, it changes routes, diets, stories, and perhaps the emotional atmosphere of entire worlds. If this older age has a centre, it is the campfire, not the palace. Around fire, food becomes safer and more digestible. Cold becomes survivable. Predators are held back. Tools are finished. Children learn, and memory becomes social. Firelight also creates one of the earliest theatres of human thought. Faces appear and vanish in the dark. Stories can carry roots, warnings, origins, and obligations. We cannot recover those stories, but we should not confuse absence with emptiness. When later myths finally appear in written form, they come from societies already skilled in oral transmission. That skill did not begin with writing. It is one of the deep technologies of the human species. The missing era, when it arrives, will inherit all of this mobility, memory, plant knowledge, animal knowledge, symbolic life, cooperation, exchange, and adaptation to unstable climates. What changes is not that humans suddenly become intelligent or social. They already are. What changes is the scale and permanence of certain commitments. A temporary camp becomes a repeated camp, then a favoured place, then perhaps a settlement. Wild plants become tended plants, then cultivated plants, then domesticated crops. Seasonal gathering becomes storage. Storage becomes vulnerability. Vulnerability becomes defense, obligation, hierarchy, or ritual coordination. The transformation is gradual enough that no one living through it may recognize a revolution. This is one reason the Lost Epoch is so difficult to explain. It is not a clean break between savagery and civilization, because that old language is wrong. It is a shift from one kind of complexity to another. Hunter-gatherer worlds can be complex in knowledge, relationship, territory, ritual, and ecology. Farming villages can be complex in labour, property, inheritance, crowding, and risk. One does not simply replace the other because it is superior in many regions. Foragers and farmers coexist, exchange, intermarry, compete, borrow practices, and sometimes reject each other's ways. The evidence remains incomplete, but wherever it becomes detailed, it tends to show mosaic change rather than a single universal path. Before the missing era, then, there is not a blank wilderness waiting for history. There is a planet already mapped by human feet and minds. There are coasts where people harvest shellfish and fish. There are cold plains where hunters follow migrating herds. There are forests where plant knowledge matters more than spectacular kills. There are caves where images endure after meanings fade. There are burial places where grief enters the archaeological record. There are crossings made during low sea levels that later generations will never see again. There are contacts between human populations whose traces survive only in genomes. There are experiments in living that leave faint marks and then disappear. And beneath all of it is time, vast time, so much time that the later rise of ancient civilization seems almost sudden by comparison. Egypt's pyramids, Sumer's cities, the Indus settlements, the earliest Chinese states, all of them belong to the most recent sliver of the human story. The missing era is closer to them than the first emergence of our species, but it is still rooted in habits shaped over immense durations. When people eventually gather in larger settlements and begin altering plants, animals, and landscapes more intensely, they are not stepping out of ignorance. They are bringing deep inheritance into new conditions. That inheritance is the key. To understand the Lost Epoch, we must first let go of the idea that history begins when writing begins. Writing begins when certain societies develop systems powerful enough and unequal enough, and administratively demanding enough to require durable records. But human history, in the fuller sense, is already ancient beyond measure. It exists in every route remembered without a map, every tool form taught by hand, every burial made with intention, every landscape burned or tended, every coastline crossed before it drowned, every story that vanished because no clay tablet was there to catch it. The world before the missing era is therefore not the opposite of civilization. It is the foundation from which civilization will slowly, unevenly, and sometimes painfully grow. Its people live close to forces later societies will try to control: rain, drought, migration, fertility, scarcity, death, and the return of seasons. They do not yet write history, but they prepare the conditions under which history will one day become recordable. And when the Ice Age loosens its grip, when water begins to rise, forests advance, deserts shift, and animals move into unfamiliar patterns, those old skills meet a new planet. The threshold opens not because humans suddenly change, but because the world around them does. The world does not leave the Ice Age all at once. It loosens, shudders, retreats, pauses, and sometimes turns back on itself, as if the planet is unsure whether to release the cold that has shaped so much of human existence. Glaciers melt from their edges, rivers swell with seasonal violence, grasslands shift, forests creep into new ground, lakes rise, shrink, overflow, and vanish. The coastline, that line people often imagine as fixed, begins moving like a slow animal. For communities living through it, climate change is not an abstraction. It is the difference between a valley that still holds game and a valley that no longer does, between a familiar shore and a flooded memory, between a reliable season and one that arrives strangely late. This climatic turning is one of the keys to the Lost Epoch, because it changes the rules without announcing them. For generations, humans have survived by reading landscapes with extraordinary precision. They know the timing of migrations, the behavior of plants, the safest crossings, the sheltered places, the stones that fracture cleanly, the trees that burn well, the water that remains when other streams fail. Then the background begins to move. A route inherited from grandparents becomes marsh, a hunting ground becomes woodland, a plain becomes coastline, a coastline becomes seabed. The knowledge remains valuable, but it must be revised more often, and revision is never painless. At the end of the Pleistocene, roughly after 11,700 years ago, the Holocene begins, the warmer geological epoch in which agriculture, villages, cities, writing, states, and most familiar ancient civilizations will arise. But the transition into it is uneven. Before that warmer stability settles in, the planet passes through dramatic pulses. One of the most important is the Younger Dryas, a sharp return to colder conditions in many parts of the Northern Hemisphere beginning around 12,900 years ago. It lasts for more than 1,000 years, long enough to shape not just weather, but memory, settlement, food strategies, and perhaps the willingness of some communities to experiment with more dependable supplies. Scholars still debate the exact causes and consequences of the Younger Dryas, and no single explanation fully accounts for the human changes that follow. But it stands as a reminder that the path out of the Ice Age was not a smooth sunrise, it was a flickering dawn. In the Near East, where later farming will become deeply influential, the climate story is especially important. Wild cereals grow in the hills and open woodlands of the Fertile Crescent. Gazelle, wild sheep, goats, cattle, and other animals move through varied ecological zones. Long before full agriculture, some communities are already living in ways that blur the line between mobile foraging and settled village life. They return to rich places. They build more substantial structures. They harvest wild grains, they store food, they bury their dead near the living. The Natufian culture, spread across parts of the Levant before the full Neolithic, is one of the clearest examples of this threshold world. These people are not yet farmers in the later sense, but they are also not simply wandering bands moving without architecture or place attachment. Their stone-built houses, cemeteries, ornaments, grinding stones, and careful use of wild resources suggest a society already testing the possibilities of staying. Then the climate shifts. During the Younger Dryas, cooler and drier conditions in parts of Southwest Asia may have disrupted the abundance of wild plants and animals that made semi-settled life easier. Some scholars have argued that this stress encouraged cultivation, as communities tried to manage food sources more actively. Others caution that the evidence is too varied for a simple cause and effect story. Human groups respond differently depending on local ecology, social networks, traditions, and choices. What survives in the record suggests not one invention of farming, but many experiments with risk. Climate turns the key, but it does not push every door open in the same way. The surprising detail is that agriculture may not have first appeared because it made life easier. In many early farming communities, bones and teeth sometimes show signs of heavier labor, more repetitive strain, nutritional narrowing, and exposure to disease. Farming can feed more people on a given area of land, but it can also trap those people into dependence. A failed harvest is different from a bad hunting season. Stored grain can be wealth, but it can also attract pests, thieves, and conflict. Sedentary life allows memory to gather in one place, but it also allows waste, infection, and social tension to gather there as well. The Lost Epoch is therefore not a story of humans discovering comfort. It is a story of humans making bargains with landscapes that are becoming harder to predict. Beyond the Near East, the climatic transformation writes different stories. In Europe, retreating ice opens new territories, while forests spread across former steppe and tundra. The great herds of the Ice Age world change their ranges, and some disappear. Hunters who once followed reindeer or horse across open landscapes must adapt to woodland animals, rivers, fish, nuts, and more localized resources. In North Africa, the Sahara enters periods when it is far greener than today, with lakes, grasslands, rivers, and human communities living in places now associated with extreme desert. Rock art and environmental evidence preserve traces of cattle, wildlife, boats, and people in landscapes that later become harshly arid. This is one of the great transformations of the Holocene, a desert that once breathed with water and life, then slowly lost them again. The evidence remains incomplete, but it is enough to show that maps of the ancient world can deceive us when they are drawn with modern climates in mind. In Asia, monsoon systems shift, river valleys change, and different regions develop their own pathways toward cultivation and settlement. Rice in East and Southeast Asia, millet in northern China, and other plant systems emerge through long processes of selection, management, and adaptation. In the Americas, the domestication of maize, squash, beans, potatoes, and other crops follows separate trajectories, often beginning with plants that look very different from their later cultivated forms. The story is global, but not uniform. There is no single Neolithic package spreading everywhere like a ready-made invention. There are local thresholds, local pressures, local opportunities, and local histories, some visible, many still hidden. Sea level rise is one of the most profound forces in this period, and also one of the most destructive to evidence. During the last glacial maximum, so much water is locked in ice that sea levels are far lower than today. Continental shelves are exposed. Islands are connected or closer. Rivers cut across plains that are now underwater. People almost certainly use many of these coastal zones because coasts are rich places. Fish, shellfish, birds, plants, fresh water, transport routes, and varied resources within short distances. As the ice melts, the sea rises in pulses across millennia. It does not merely cover empty land, it covers lived land. This matters because the archaeological record we can easily study is biased toward what remained above water. Some of the most important early settlements, camps, ritual places, and migration routes may have been erased from ordinary view. Underwater archaeology has begun to recover pieces of this drowned world, but the difficulty is enormous. Sediment shifts, sites scatter, organic materials decay. Diving is expensive and dangerous. Many ancient coastlines lie far offshore. Still, the possibility changes the way the missing era must be imagined. The absence of evidence along modern coasts does not necessarily mean ancient people avoided them. It may mean the evidence is beneath the waves. Doggerland, the now submerged landscape that once connected Britain to continental Europe, offers a powerful example. For Mesolithic communities, it was not a blank land bridge on a map, but a lived world of rivers, wetlands, animals, and roots. As sea levels rose, it fragmented and disappeared, with a massive submarine landslide-triggered tsunami at Storegga, adding catastrophe to an already shrinking landscape. Scholars still debate the scale of human occupation and the precise impact of the final flooding events. But the larger image is haunting an inhabited world reduced to seabed. Similar drowned landscapes exist in many regions, from Southeast Asia's Sunda Shelf to parts of the Persian Gulf, the Black Sea margins, and beyond. Each holds the possibility of missing chapters. Climate also changes time itself for human communities. Seasonal calendars must be adjusted. The first flowering of a plant, the arrival of migratory birds, the movement of herds, the freezing and thawing of rivers all become signals that guide action. When climate shifts, signals can become unreliable. A community that stores food may be better prepared for uncertainty, but storage requires planning, labor, containers, defended space, and social rules. A community that remains mobile may avoid local failure, but movement becomes harder when neighbouring groups also crowd into reliable zones. In this way, climate does not simply affect food, it affects cooperation, conflict, ritual, and memory. One of the quiet transformations of this period is the growing importance of predictable abundance. Places where resources concentrate seasonally become magnets. Wetlands, river mouths, lake edges, oak woodlands, salmon streams, gazelle migration routes, and wild cereal zones can support larger gatherings or longer stays. When people gather in greater numbers, new possibilities appear, more hands can build, hunt, harvest, perform rituals, exchange goods, arrange marriages, and transmit stories. But more people also create friction. They need rules, leadership, negotiation, and perhaps shared symbols strong enough to hold a group together. The first steps towards social complexity may come not from command, but from the challenge of being together more often. The end of the Ice Age also changes the emotional geography of human life. Imagine living in a world where elders can describe places that no longer exist. A lake where birds once nested has become salt marsh. A plain where animals once gathered is now water. A valley path is blocked by forest. A glacier that dominated the horizon has retreated into mountains, leaving raw land behind. These are not just environmental observations. They become stories of loss, warning, adaptation, and perhaps sacred transformation. Later cultures will often remember landscapes as alive with ancestral events. It is not difficult to see how a changing post-Ice Age world could feed such memory, though the exact links between environmental change and later myth remain uncertain. The climate key turns slowly, but once it turns, nothing remains quite the same. Plants respond, animals respond, rivers respond, and humans respond with the full inheritance of deep prehistory behind them. Some follow old ways into new territories. Some settle more firmly in rich zones. Some intensify gathering. Some begin cultivation. Some abandon places. Some build. Some return to mobility. Some vanish from the visible record, which is not the same as vanishing from life. The missing era is full of these diverging paths, and that is why it cannot be reduced to one grand invention. By the time the Holocene climate becomes more stable in many regions, the human world is already rearranged. Stability itself becomes an opportunity. Predictable seasons make cultivation more viable. Warmer conditions allow forests, grasslands, and wetlands to support new combinations of resources. Rising populations in some regions make older patterns harder to maintain. The ground is ready not because humans have discovered a single secret, but because centuries of pressure and experiment have created new habits. The Lost Epoch is beginning to take shape in the spaces where people stay a little longer, store a little more, return a little more often, and bind themselves more tightly to land that can feed them, remember them, and eventually hold them captive. The river has changed its mind, and people must change with it. That is the first great turning of the missing era. Not a king's decree, not a battle, not a written law, but climate moving through water, grass, bone, seed, and memory. The world that made mobile life so successful does not disappear, but it becomes more complicated. Human beings, already skilled at adaptation, begin to test new relationships with place. Some of those tests fail and leave only a scatter of stones. Others endure long enough to become villages, and from those villages, slowly and unevenly, the foundations of ancient history begin to rise. People do not move through the changing post-Ice Age world as if they are pieces pushed across a map. They move with memory, They move with children, elders, tools, dogs, wounds, obligations, preferences, and fear. They move because animals shift, because water fails, because another group has reached a valley first, because a burial place must be visited, because a marriage tie calls them across distance, because shellfish are abundant on a certain shore, because a grove is ready, because a story says the route is safe, or because staying has become more dangerous than leaving. The ground is moving beneath them in slow geological ways, but human movement is immediate, practical, and intimate. The great environmental changes after the Ice Age are often described from above coastlines retreat. Forests expand, deserts green, glaciers melt, sea levels rise. But for the people living through them, the crisis and opportunity arrive at walking speed. A family might notice that the herd returns later than before. A group might find that the old river crossing is deeper each year. A child might grow up hearing that the best flint once came from a place now too far to reach safely. A camp once used for generations may become less reliable, not all at once, but season by season, until the decision not to return becomes permanent. What survives in the record suggests that human beings adapt not by one grand plan, but by countless revisions to ordinary life. This is one reason the missing era is so difficult to see. Movement leaves lighter traces than settlement. A cave can preserve occupation layers, but an open-air camp used briefly on a plain may vanish under erosion, roots, later farming, or water. A route across a now submerged shelf may have been central to a people's world, and yet leave no visible road. A seasonal gathering may be archaeologically faint unless people returned often enough, built enough, burned enough, buried enough, or discarded enough durable material. The evidence remains incomplete, and it favours places where people stayed, died, built, or left stone behind. It is much less generous to the long walks between them. Yet those walks are where much of the story happens. In a warming world, people follow animals into new ranges and adjust to animals that disappear. Reindeer hunters in parts of Europe face forests replacing open tundra. Gazelle hunters in Southwest Asia deal with shifts in grassland and woodland patterns. Coastal groups track changing shorelines and estuaries. People living near lakes exploit fish, birds, reeds, and seasonal plants. Others move along river corridors that become lifelines between ecological zones. This is not simple wandering. It is a sophisticated negotiation with a planet rearranging its offerings. Dogs may have played a quiet but important role in this changing world. The domestication of dogs began before the rise of farming, though the timing and process remain debated. By the threshold of the Holocene, dogs are already part of some human communities. They may help with hunting, warning, transport in some regions, warmth, companionship, or the social life of camps. Their presence reminds us that domestication does not begin with sheep, goats, wheat, and barley. The first deep partnership between humans and another animal likely belongs to mobile foragers. That detail complicates the old picture before humans settle fully into villages. They have already altered the evolutionary path of another species, and that species has altered human life in return. As the ground shifts, communities must decide how much to carry and how much to leave. Mobility demands selectivity. A useful toolkit must be portable, repairable, and adapted to expected tasks. Stone blades, scrapers, points, awls, needles, grinding stones, baskets, nets, digging sticks, skins, cords, and containers all belong to a world where material culture is often richer than what survives. Heavy objects create commitment. A large grinding stone says something different from a small blade. It suggests repeated use of a place, or at least a willingness to return. Storage pits say even more. They imply planning, trust, defense, and expectation. The missing era becomes visible when people begin leaving behind things too heavy, too fixed, or too meaningful to belong entirely to a life of constant movement. But even then, the change is uneven. A group may build semi-permanent structures and still hunt widely. Another may cultivate some plants but continue foraging most of its diet. A community may gather in one place for ritual or seasonal abundance, then disperse. Some may become more settled for centuries and later return to greater mobility under pressure. Scholars still debate the boundaries between foraging, cultivation, and farming because real life does not always respect categories. Archaeological labels are helpful, but the people themselves likely moved along a spectrum of strategies, adjusting as need and tradition required. Rising seas intensify these decisions. For groups living near coasts, the edge of the world keeps withdrawing. The sea does not rise at the same rate everywhere, and local land can sink or rebound, making the experience uneven. In some regions, generations may watch a slow drowning. In others, storms and sudden flooding may make change feel abrupt. Coastal plains are attractive because they concentrate resources, but they are also vulnerable. A settlement near a lagoon may thrive for a time, then be forced inland as salinity changes. A river mouth may shift, a freshwater spring may become brackish, shellfish beds may move. People who once knew the coast as a stable provider must learn its instability. This pressure may help explain why some of the most important missing evidence lies underwater. If people favoured coastal zones, and if those zones are now drowned, then the surviving record on land may overrepresent inland adaptations. Underwater discoveries from various parts of the world have begun to show that submerged prehistoric landscapes can preserve tools, wooden structures, footprints, and environmental traces under the right conditions. Such finds are rare and difficult, but they suggest an enormous hidden archive. No single underwater site can solve the Lost Epoch, yet every recovered fragment reminds us that the map of visible archaeology is not the map of ancient life. Inland communities face their own moving ground. The spread of forests changes hunting and travel. Open landscapes allow long-distance visibility and herd following. Forests create different possibilities and obstacles. They offer nuts, fruits, wood, boar, deer, birds, and shelter. But they can make group movements slower and large herd hunting less central. Rivers become increasingly important as routes and resource corridors. Wetlands, often overlooked in older narratives, may have been among the richest environments in the post-Ice Age world. They provide fish, birds, eggs, reeds, tubers, mammals, and seasonal abundance. They also preserve traces poorly or unpredictably, unless waterlogged conditions protect organic material. The ancient human world may have depended heavily on materials such as wood, fibre, bark, and reed that rarely survive, leaving stone to tell an unfairly hard-edged story. There is a surprising intimacy in some of the traces that do survive. Footprints preserved in ancient mud, when found, can collapse thousands of years of distance. They show pace, direction, group size, sometimes children among adults, sometimes repeated travel across wet ground. Unlike a tool, a footprint records a moment of movement itself. It does not explain where the people were going, but it restores the body to prehistory. In the Lost Epoch, where names are gone and voices are absent, such traces matter. They remind us that adaptation was not an abstract process. It was feet on cold mud, shoulders under loads, smoke in hair, hunger managed until the next place, and children learning the path by walking it. As populations grow in some regions, movement also becomes social negotiation. Empty land is a dangerous illusion. Landscapes are known, used, remembered, and claimed in ways that may leave little material evidence. A valley may belong not through fences, but through repeated use, ancestral ties, ritual knowledge, or agreements with neighbours. When climate shifts push groups into new areas or concentrate them around reliable resources, contact increases. Contact can mean exchange, marriage, shared ceremonies, and mutual support. It can also mean competition, raiding, exclusion, and violence. The archaeological record from this era includes signs of injury and conflict in some places, though scholars still debate how representative these finds are. Violence existed, but it should not be imagined as the whole story. Cooperation was just as essential and often more durable. Exchange networks reveal how far relationships could stretch. Obsidian is especially useful to archaeologists because its geological sources can often be identified. When obsidian appears far from its origin, it shows movement or trade across distance. Shell beads found inland, pigments transported across regions, and tool styles spreading beyond local raw materials all suggest that communities were connected. These networks may have carried not only goods, but news where animals were moving, which routes were safe, where marriages could be arranged, which places had failed, which gatherings mattered. In a changing world, information itself becomes a survival tool. The more people gather, the more ritual may help hold them together. This does not mean religion appears suddenly as settlement begins. Symbolic life is much older, but repeated gatherings at special places can intensify shared identity. A group that meets seasonally to hunt, feast, bury the dead, exchange partners, or mark cosmic cycles may create structures and symbols that outlast the event. These gathering places can become anchors in a world of movement. They allow mobile people to belong not to one permanent village, but to a wider remembered landscape. Later, some of these anchors may contribute to more settled life, or, in certain cases, they may remain places of periodic assembly rather than permanent residence. The evidence is often ambiguous, and that ambiguity is part of the missing era's power. The pressure to stay can come from the dead as much as from the living. Burial grounds create attachment. When ancestors are placed in a particular landscape, leaving that landscape may become emotionally and socially difficult. Some Natufian sites, for example, show cemeteries associated with more settled or repeatedly used places. Burials sometimes include ornaments, ochre, animal parts, or unusual treatment of skulls and bodies. Interpretations remain cautious, but the pattern suggests that memory is becoming tied to place in visible ways. A camp can be abandoned more easily than a cemetery. A house can be left, but an ancestor beneath the floor or nearby changes the meaning of departure. This connection between mobility and memory may be one of the great hidden engines of the Lost Epoch. People on moving ground do not simply follow food, they carry worlds of obligation. They remember where they have been, where the dead are, where materials come from, where dangers wait, where stories happened, where strangers can be trusted, and where the land has changed. When the planet shifts, those memories are tested. Some remain useful, others become stories of loss. A people may continue visiting a place long after it has ceased to be practical because meaning outlasts utility. Another group may abandon a once sacred location because survival leaves no choice. No written source records these decisions, but archaeology sometimes catches the aftermath: a cemetery no longer used, a house level left unrepaired, a tool tradition changing, a settlement shrinking, a new site appearing elsewhere. The missing era is therefore not only about the beginning of staying, it is also about the art of moving under new conditions. Without that, early settlement makes no sense. People knew how to leave. They knew how to travel light, track resources, and survive across broad territories. For them to remain more often in certain places, something had to make staying worth the risk, or leaving harder than before. Rich resources, climate pressure, population growth, ritual gathering, ancestral ties, experimentation with plants, and the advantages of storage may all have played roles. No single explanation fully accounts for this transformation. It was not one decision, but a long accumulation of reasons. And so the Lost Epoch advances on human feet. It moves along drowned coasts, through greening deserts, into thickening forests, across river valleys, around lakes, over mountain passes, and between camps whose names are gone. The people of this era live between old confidence and new uncertainty. They inherit the mobility of deep prehistory, but the world around them is making certain places newly powerful. A wetland can feed more people. A stand of wild grain can call them back. A burial ground can hold memory. A gathering place can become sacred. A store of food can make both hunger and theft imaginable in new ways. They are people on moving ground, and every movement teaches them something. Some lessons vanish. Some become habit. Some become settlement. Some become the first faint outline of a world where land, memory, food, and power begin to bind together. The ancient record will later show cities rising as if from nowhere, but they do not rise from nowhere. They rise from paths, camps, shorelines, gathering places, and decisions made by people who still know how to leave, but increasingly find reasons to return. The sea is one of history's most patient thieves. It does not need to burn a library or topple a palace. It only has to rise, a little higher in one generation, a little farther inland in the next, until the places where people once slept, cooked, buried offerings, repaired nets, cracked shellfish, shaped wood, and watched the horizon are no longer places people can stand. The Lost Epoch is full of such thefts, not sudden enough everywhere to become legend, not gentle enough to leave memory untouched, and not kind enough to preserve the evidence where archaeology can easily reach it. For most of the last ice age, sea levels are far lower than they are today. Vast shelves of land lie exposed around the continents. These are not empty margins. They are often among the best places for human life, broad coastal plains with rivers running through them, estuaries rich in fish and birds, lagoons protected from open water, marshes full of plants and animals, beaches where shellfish can be gathered, and routes where travel by shore is easier than crossing mountains or dense forests. To modern eyes, the coastline seems like an edge. To ancient people, it may have been a corridor. Then the ice melts, and the corridor begins to drown. This matters because the archaeological record of the missing era is not merely incomplete by accident. It is incomplete in a patterned way. Many of the landscapes most likely to attract people at the end of the Ice Age are now underwater. If early communities gathered, exchanged, experimented with plants, developed ritual places, or built semi-permanent settlements on these plains, much of that evidence is hidden beneath the continental shelves. The absence of visible remains on land can mislead us into imagining that coastal life was less important than it may have been. What survives in the record suggests only part of the story, and perhaps not always the central part. Sea level rise after the last glacial maximum is enormous, more than 100 meters globally over many thousands of years. But numbers make it too clean. No one experiences 100 meters globally. People experience a spring turning salty, a path becoming mud, a storm pushing water farther inland than elders remember, a fishing place changing shape, a burial ground threatened by erosion, a childhood camp no longer reachable except at low tide, then no longer reachable at all. In some regions, the rise is gradual enough to become a background pressure. In others, local geography makes it feel faster. River valleys flood into estuaries, low plains fragment into islands, marshes expand, then vanish. A place does not need to disappear overnight to disappear completely. One of the great submerged worlds of this period is Doggerland, the landscape that once connected Britain to continental Europe. Today the North Sea covers it, but during lower sea levels it was a broad territory of rivers, wetlands, lakes, woodland, and open ground. Mesolithic communities likely moved through it, hunted in it, gathered in it, and used it as part of a larger human geography. Its disappearance was not a single event, but a long drowning, made more dramatic by the Storegga Slide tsunami around 8,200 years ago, which sent waves across parts of the North Atlantic and North Sea. Scholars still debate exactly how many people lived in Doggerland at different moments, and how devastating the tsunami was for remaining communities. But the larger fact is stark and inhabited landscape became seabed. Doggerland is famous because it lies beneath a sea bordered by countries with long archaeological traditions and active offshore industries. But it is not unique. Around the world, drowned shelves hold missing evidence. The Sunda Shelf in Southeast Asia once connected or brought closer great stretches of land now divided by water. The Persian Gulf basin may have offered a rich lowland environment before marine flooding transformed it. Parts of the Black Sea margins, the Arabian coast, the Indian coast, the Australian continental shelf, and the Americas all preserve hints of older shorelines now submerged. Each region has its own chronology and debates. No single drowned landscape should be turned into a universal explanation. But together they reveal a serious problem. A large part of the human stage at the threshold of history is hidden below modern seas. This hidden stage may have mattered especially for migration. Coastal routes offer food, orientation, and movement. People travelling along shorelines can combine marine resources with terrestrial ones, moving in pulses rather than crossing unknown interiors all at once. The peopling of the Americas, for example, is increasingly discussed with attention to possible Pacific coastal routes, though evidence is difficult because many late Pleistocene shorelines are submerged. Scholars still debate timing, routes, and the relationship between coastal and inland movements, but underwater loss remains a major obstacle. The earliest traces may not be absent because people were absent. They may be absent because the shoreline they used no longer exists above water. The same difficulty affects the story of early settlement and social complexity. A coastal community can become large or stable without leaving the same archaeological signature as an inland farming village. Shell middens, fish traps, wooden stakes, woven nets, dugout canoes, platforms, and seasonal camps may preserve only under particular conditions. Where shell middens do survive, they can be astonishing archives, preserving diet, seasonality, tools, ornaments, burial practices, and environmental change. But many have been destroyed by sea rise, erosion, construction, or the simple chemical brutality of time. The record is not just silent, It has been actively edited. Underwater archaeology has begun to recover some of what was lost, but it is slow work. Ancient landscapes beneath the sea must be mapped through sonar, sediment cores, submerged river channels, and chance finds from fishing or construction. Divers may search for stone tools, wooden structures, hearths, peat beds, or animal bones. Sometimes waterlogged conditions preserve organic materials that would vanish on land. At other times, waves and currents scatter everything. Even identifying a human-made object underwater can be difficult, especially when stone has been rolled, buried, exposed, and moved. The evidence remains incomplete, but each discovery forces a larger revision in imagination. There is a lesser-known kind of evidence that can be especially powerful: submerged forests and peat deposits. These are not settlements by themselves, but they preserve ancient environments. Tree stumps rooted below modern tidal zones show where dry land or wetlands once existed. Pollen and plant remains in submerged sediments can reconstruct lost landscapes. Animal bones reveal habitats. In some places, footprints or trackways survive in ancient muds, sealed and later exposed. These traces do not always give us houses or graves, but they restore the world people may have inhabited. They show that beneath waves there were once woods, marshes, riverbanks, and open ground, not just abstract land bridges. The phrase land bridge itself can be misleading. It makes ancient places sound like temporary conveniences for migration, as if their only importance was letting people pass from one modern landmass to another. But for the people living there, Doggerland or the Sunda Shelf or Beringia were not bridges. They were homelands, hunting grounds, gathering places, memory landscapes, and territories of birth and death. Beringia, stretching between Siberia and Alaska during periods of low sea level, was not only a route into the Americas. It may have been a long-inhabited region in its own right, with people adapting to cold environments over many generations. The same is true elsewhere. Modern geography tempts us to see drowned lands as gaps between places that matter. Ancient geography may have seen them as centres. This reversal is crucial for understanding the Lost Epoch. If we build our story only from surviving land sites, we may place the centre of early human change in the wrong locations, or make inland developments appear more isolated than they were. Coastal communities could have been hubs of exchange, innovation, and ritual. They could have connected river valleys with maritime routes. They could have supported relatively dense populations before agriculture became dominant. They could have preserved older forms of life that interacted with farmers in ways now hard to trace. None of this needs to be exaggerated into claims of vanished super-civilizations. The mainstream evidence does not support the idea that advanced lost empires ruled the Ice Age coasts, but it does support a more subtle and more interesting possibility. Much of the real, ordinary, complex human story is underwater. Popular imagination often rushes toward Atlantis whenever drowned landscapes are mentioned. That is understandable, but dangerous. Plato's Atlantis is a philosophical and political story from a much later world, not a reliable report of a submerged Ice Age civilization. Many claims about lost high-tech cultures beneath the sea are unsupported or contradicted by evidence. Yet dismissing fantasy should not mean ignoring genuine drowned prehistory. The sea did cover inhabited land. It did erase archaeological evidence. It did transform human geographies. The truth is less spectacular than legend, but far more consequential. It means the missing era is missing partly because the planet physically removed parts of its archive. The emotional weight of this is easy to underestimate. Imagine a community forced repeatedly inland, not by a single flood, but by a sea that never gives back what it takes. Their landmarks vanish one by one. A freshwater pool becomes tidal. A shell-gathering ground moves farther away. Ancestors buried near the old shore are exposed by erosion, then swallowed. Children hear of places they will never see. The group adapts, as humans do, but adaptation does not erase loss. It may create stories of drowned ground, dangerous water, angry forces, or ancestral departure. Scholars still debate how far such memories can persist orally across millennia, and caution is necessary. But human beings do remember landscapes, especially lost ones. Even when details change, the feeling of a world taken by water can endure. The drowned evidence also affects how we think about early farming. Many of the first agricultural regions known from archaeology lie inland or in upland zones, where wild ancestors of crops grew and where preservation is possible. But coastal and lowland groups may have followed different paths, relying on fish, shellfish, wetlands, and mixed foraging in ways that made farming less necessary for longer. Some may have adopted crops later or selectively. Others may have exchanged with farmers without becoming farmers themselves. If their settlements are now underwater, our picture of the spread of agriculture may be too landlocked, too dependent on villages that survived because they happened to remain above sea level. Rivers form another part of this hidden world. During low sea levels, rivers extended across exposed shelves, cutting valleys now submerged. These river corridors would have provided fresh water, fish, plants, animals, and travel routes. As seas rose, lower river valleys drowned into estuaries, creating rich but unstable environments. Some early communities may have followed these shifting zones for generations. The result would be a moving frontier of abundance, ideal for flexible foragers and perhaps for early experiments in more settled life. Yet the traces of those experiments may lie beneath sediment at the bottom of modern seas. The missing era is therefore not only buried in the earth, it is also drowned in blue. The sea has hidden camps that could explain migration routes, middens that could reveal diets, wooden structures that could show engineering before monuments, and cemeteries that could transform our understanding of memory and place. It has covered the lowlands where people may have watched the climate change most directly. It has taken evidence that might connect scattered inland sites into fuller worlds. It has left archaeologists with fragments from the higher ground and forced them to reconstruct a shoreline civilization without most of the shore. And still, the drowned archive is not completely closed. Fishing nets bring up bones. Offshore surveys reveal ancient channels. Divers find tools where no dry land now exists. Cores taken from seabeds contain pollen from vanished forests. Remote sensing maps buried landscapes under sediment. Each small recovery widens the frame. The Lost Epoch becomes less like a blank gap and more like a damaged mural, with the lower half submerged. Above the waterline, we can see villages, caves, upland camps, and early monuments. Below it, hidden from ordinary sight, may be the missing connective tissue of human adaptation. To follow ancient history back into its missing era, we must therefore learn to imagine coastlines that are no longer there. We must see the North Sea as a drowned plain, the Persian Gulf as a changed basin, Southeast Asian waters as flooded shelves, and modern beaches as only the latest position of a restless boundary. The people of the Lost Epoch did not live on our map. They lived on theirs, and theirs has been partly erased. The sea keeps its secrets well, but not perfectly. Sometimes it returns a bone, a tool, a forest stump, a footprint, a drowned channel. Sometimes it gives back just enough to remind us how much it has taken. And in that reminder lies one of the deepest truths of the missing era. History did not simply fade because people failed to write. It vanished because the world they knew was physically transformed. The shore moved, the evidence drowned, and somewhere below the waves, in silt and darkness, the first chapters of settled human life may still be waiting. Seeds do not look like a revolution. They are small, dry, easily scattered, easily missed. A person can hold the future of a village in one hand and see only food for tomorrow. Yet somewhere in the Lost Epoch, in several regions of the world and across many generations, the relationship between humans and seeds begins to change. People who have long known plants intimately start returning more deliberately to certain stands, harvesting in ways that favor some traits over others, carrying useful species into new places, clearing competition, protecting growth, and eventually planting with expectation. At first, this may not feel like farming. It may feel like memory, habit, and hunger working together. The rise of agriculture is often described as one of humanity's greatest inventions, but invention is too sudden a word. The earliest farmers do not wake up one morning and decide to create civilization. They live among wild plants and animals already woven into their seasonal lives. They gather grains, nuts, fruits, tubers, reeds, legumes, and herbs. They watch what grows after fire, flood, disturbance, or digging. They learn which seeds store well and which spoil, which plants return after cutting, which patches are worth defending, and which harvests fail when rains shift. What survives in the record suggests a long courtship rather than a single breakthrough. In Southwest Asia, wild wheat, barley, lentils, peas, chickpeas, flax, and other plants become central to one of the earliest agricultural transformations. The people who eventually domesticate them inherit deep traditions of gathering wild cereals. Before full farming, grinding stones and sickle blades already show that plant processing matters. Some communities build storage facilities and live for longer periods in one place, even before domesticated crops dominate. Over time, certain plant traits become more common under human influence. One crucial change in cereals is the toughening of the seed stalk. In wild grasses, ripe seeds naturally shatter and fall, which helps the plant reproduce. For humans harvesting with sickles or collecting bundles, non-shattering plants are more convenient because the grains stay attached. By repeatedly harvesting and planting from those grains, people unknowingly favor a trait that makes the plant less able to survive without them. This is one of the strange bargains at the heart of domestication. Humans reshape plants, but plants reshape humans in return. A domesticated cereal becomes more dependent on people, yet people become more dependent on the cereal. A field requires clearing, sowing, weeding, guarding, harvesting, threshing, grinding, storing, and protecting. The work is heavy, repetitive, and often seasonal in demanding bursts. Farming can produce surplus, but surplus is not the same as ease. It can feed more mouths, support larger communities, and allow some people to do tasks other than food gathering. It can also create anxiety unknown in the same form to more mobile foragers. The fear that one place, one season, one crop, one storage room might fail. This is why agriculture is both opportunity and trap. Once a community grows around stored food and cultivated land, leaving becomes harder. Houses, fields, storage pits, ancestors, paths, tools, and social ties hold people in place. Population can rise because more children can be supported in settled life. And because mothers may not need to carry infants across long seasonal routes as often, but a larger population then needs more food, which means more fields, more labour, and deeper dependence, the system begins to tighten around itself. No single explanation fully accounts for why farming spread so powerfully, but this feedback loop matters. Farming solves problems while creating new ones that farming then must solve. The evidence from early farming communities sometimes complicates the older idea of progress. Skeletal remains in some regions suggest that early farmers could suffer from nutritional stress, dental problems from carbohydrate-heavy diets, and physical strain from grinding grain and field labour. Settled communities also bring people, waste, stored food, pests, and animals into closer contact, creating conditions where disease can spread more easily. Later, as domesticated animals become more common, zoonotic diseases become part of the long human story. The Lost Epoch does not yet contain the full disease landscape of dense cities, but the foundations are being laid. The village is safer in some ways than a mobile camp and more dangerous in others. Still, it would be wrong to imagine early farmers as victims of a bad decision they are too foolish to understand. Farming offers real advantages. Stored grain can carry a community through lean months. Fields can be expanded. Food can be made more predictable in favourable conditions. Sedentary life allows heavier tools, more durable houses, craft specialisation, and deeper investment in place. Ritual and social life can become more elaborate when people gather regularly. Children grow up with a stronger sense of one home landscape. The dead can remain near the living. These are not small rewards. The bargain is costly, but it is not irrational. In the Fertile Crescent, the shift toward farming is not isolated from animal relationships. Wild sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle eventually become domesticated, though each follows its own path. Goats and sheep are managed in ways visible through changing age and sex profiles in animal bones, suggesting selective culling and herd control. Cattle, larger and more dangerous, carry different meanings and challenges. Pigs thrive around human settlements where waste and woodland resources are available. Animal domestication adds mobility in some cases and settlement pressure in others. Herds can move across landscapes, but they also need grazing, protection, breeding control, and social rules. A village with animals is not simply a village with more food. It is a village with new smells, noises, labour, wealth, risk, and symbolic power. Elsewhere, other agricultural worlds form independently. In China, millet and rice follow distinct pathways in different ecological zones. In New Guinea, root crops and bananas become part of early cultivation systems. In the Americas, maize emerges from teosinte through a long and remarkable transformation, while squash, beans, potatoes, manioc, and other crops develop in different regions. In Africa, sorghum, pearl millet, yams, African rice, and other plants enter cultivation in varied settings. The timing, sequence, and social effects differ widely. Agriculture is not one event spreading from one centre to a passive world. It is a pattern of human-plant relationships emerging wherever knowledge, pressure, opportunity, and ecology align. A surprising detail is that domestication can be archaeologically slow, even when human intention is active. People may cultivate plants for many generations before clear domestication traits appear in preserved remains. They may plant wild forms, manage stands, or move seeds without producing immediate visible genetic change. This means the beginning of farming behavior may be older than the earliest obvious domesticated seeds. The missing era hides not only because evidence is scarce, But because the process itself is gradual, a field does not become a field in the record until enough traces survive. A habit does not fossilize easily. Storage is one of the clearest signs that the human relationship with time is changing. Mobile foragers plan for the future too, but large-scale storage creates a different kind of future. Food held in one place becomes a target, an inheritance, a debt, a promise, and a temptation. It requires containers, pits, baskets, plastered bins, raised platforms, or guarded rooms. It requires decisions about who fills the store, who opens it, who receives shares, and what happens in shortage. These decisions can strengthen community or deepen inequality. A granary may be more revolutionary than a throne, because it changes how people imagine tomorrow. In some early settlements, communal storage appears before clearly private storage, suggesting that food management may first have been organized at the group level. In others, storage becomes associated with households, hinting at changing ideas of property. Scholars still debate how to interpret these patterns, because architecture does not speak plainly. A room full of grain could mean cooperation, control, ritual offering, family wealth, or emergency planning, depending on context. But the larger shift is unmistakable. Food is becoming something that can be accumulated. Once that happens, social life changes. The house also changes. A shelter used for a season is different from a house rebuilt in the same place over generations. Permanent or semi-permanent houses create neighborhoods, boundaries, daily routines, and histories of occupation. Floors are repaired, walls are plastered, hearths are remade, burials may be placed under floors or nearby. The living shares space with ancestors in a literal sense. Domestic life becomes archaeologically visible. And with it come new forms of intimacy and tension. People are no longer only returning to a landscape, they are returning to built memory. But the village can become crowded. Waste accumulates, animals linger, smoke darkens interiors. Neighbours are close. Disputes cannot always be solved by simply moving away, because fields, houses, stores, and graves tie people down. Social mechanisms must develop to manage friction. Ritual may help, kinship may help, leadership may emerge in moments of coordination, conflict, or redistribution. Inequality may remain limited in some places and grow in others. The evidence remains incomplete. But the conditions for hierarchy are becoming stronger. Stored food, land rights, labour obligations, and control over ritual knowledge all create opportunities for influence. Early farming also changes the landscape itself. Fields replace wild stands, forests are cleared, fires are set deliberately, animals graze young growth, soil is disturbed, paths deepen, water is diverted or followed. The scale is small compared with later states and empires, but the direction is significant. Humans are no longer only adapting to environments, they are increasingly constructing them. A domesticated landscape remembers human labour even when people are gone. Terraces, fields, pollen shifts, charcoal layers, and change plant communities become signatures of a new ecological relationship. Yet farming does not conquer everywhere quickly. In many regions, foragers continue to thrive for millennia beside farmers. Some adopt pottery without farming, some adopt herding without crops, some trade with farming villages while keeping mobile lifeways. Some resist agriculture because local wild resources are abundant enough, or because farming's labour and risks are unattractive. The spread of farming is often a story of contact, mixture, migration, and selective borrowing. Ancient DNA has shown that in some places farming spread with people moving into new regions. In others, Ideas and practices move across existing populations. The picture is complex, and scholars still debate many regional details. The Lost Epoch becomes especially interesting in these borderlands. A farming village may exchange grain for fish, hides, shells, stone, or knowledge from foragers. A forager group may marry into a farming community. A farming frontier may produce conflict over land or animals. A mobile herding group may carry domesticated animals into regions where crops are less important. These interactions rarely appear in later written records, yet they shape the human map long before states claim territory. Civilization's foundations are not laid by farmers alone, but by the tangled relationships among farmers, foragers, herders, fishers, traders, and ritual communities. There is also a spiritual dimension to the seed. Planting is an act of trust in invisible time. A seed disappears into soil and returns multiplied, unless it does not. That uncertainty invites ritual, attention, and meaning. The cycles of germination, harvest, death, and renewal become part of later mythologies across agricultural societies, but the emotional roots are older. Early cultivators live with dependence on forces they can influence but not control: rain, frost, pests, disease. And timing can undo months of labour. It would be surprising if such dependence did not deepen ritual life. The irony is that farming, often seen as the beginning of human control over nature, may have made people feel more vulnerable to nature in new ways. A mobile group facing scarcity can move, negotiate, diversify, or shift targets. A farming village with fields in the ground must wait. It must watch the sky. It must defend its stores. It must endure the season. Control and dependence grow together. This tension will echo through all later ancient civilizations. From river valley states praying for floods to empires built on grain taxes. The seed contains the city, but also the famine. By the end of this transformation, the human world has not become modern, but it has crossed a threshold. People in certain regions are living in larger, more permanent communities. Plants and animals are changing under human selection. Landscapes are being reshaped. Food can be stored, counted, inherited, stolen, offered, and controlled. Labour is becoming more scheduled by fields and herds. Memory is settling into houses and graves. The old mobile knowledge has not vanished, but it now shares the stage with something heavier. Seeds, villages, and risk belong together because none can be understood alone. The seed invites the village by rewarding return. The village protects the seed by organizing labor. The stored harvest creates risk by tying survival to place, and risk, once concentrated, demands new forms of cooperation, belief, authority, and defense. This is the quiet machinery of the missing era, not a sudden dawn of civilization, but the slow tightening of relationships between people, plants, animals, land, and time. Somewhere, a person drops selected grain into disturbed soil. Somewhere, another repairs a storage pit. Somewhere, a child grows up knowing one cluster of houses as home, rather than one route among many. No one writes the date, no one names the revolution, but the world has begun to change in a way that will make written history possible. The missing era is still silent, but beneath that silence, fields are forming. Before civilization becomes visible as cities, it appears as experiments. Some are small enough to hide in the dirt for thousands of years. Some are large enough to disturb old assumptions about what people could organize before kings, armies, or writing. The missing era is full of these first silent experiments, villages without states, ritual centres without empires, trade networks without coins, burial customs without written theology, and social arrangements whose rules are felt in architecture but never explained. They do not announce themselves as beginnings. They look, at first, like local answers to local problems. Only later do they begin to resemble the foundations of a different world. A settlement is one of the most powerful experiments humans ever attempt. To stay is to accept a new kind of exposure. People who remain in one place must deal with their own waste, their neighbours' tempers, the moods of the harvest, the defence of stores, the repair of walls, and the burden of memory accumulating underfoot. Yet staying also permits possibilities that movement discourages. Heavy stones can be used, floors can be plastered, houses can be rebuilt. Children can grow up surrounded by the same landmarks. The dead can remain close. A place can become not only useful, but meaningful. In the early Neolithic world of Southwest Asia, settlements begin to reveal this deepening relationship between people and place. Some communities are modest, others surprisingly dense. Jericho, near a spring in the Jordan Valley, becomes one of the famous examples because of its early stone tower and wall-like structures. These features have often been described as defensive, though scholars still debate their exact function. They may have helped manage flooding, marked community identity, served ritual purposes, or combined practical and symbolic roles. The uncertainty matters. Early architecture is rarely only one thing. A wall can protect, impress, separate, organize, and remember all at once. At Chayonu, in southeastern Anatolia, changing house forms and special buildings reveal a community repeatedly redesigning its own life. At Ashukla Huyuk in central Anatolia, people live in dense mud brick neighborhoods, manage animals, and maintain long sequences of occupation. At Jerf el Ahmar and other sites in northern Syria, communal buildings and storage suggest collective organization before the rise of states. These places are not cities in the later sense. But they are not simple villages either. They show planning, labor coordination, shared practices, and social memory. What survives in the record suggests communities learning how to be large enough to need rules, but not yet ruled in the way later kingdoms will be. The silent experiments are not only architectural, they are also biological. Early settlements bring humans into closer contact with animals, plants, insects, rodents, and microbes. Stored grain attracts mice. Refuse attracts scavengers. Herds bring dung, parasites, milk, meat, hides, and danger. The body becomes part of the archaeological record of settlement. Bones can show repetitive labor. Teeth can show changing diets. Ancient DNA can reveal ancestry, kinship, disease, and movement. Isotopes can suggest whether a person grew up locally or arrived from elsewhere. In this way, the village becomes a laboratory whose results are written into skeletons long before anyone writes a chronicle. One lesser-known detail is how much early settled life depends on plaster. Lime plaster, used in floors, walls, skull treatment, and sometimes special installations, requires careful production. It is not just mud smeared casually on a surface. Making lime plaster can involve burning limestone at high temperatures and then processing it, a demanding use of fuel and labour. In some early Neolithic communities, beautifully plastered floors and walls suggest a concern with cleanliness, durability, appearance, and perhaps ritual purity. The smooth white surface of a floor may seem humble, but it represents organised labour, technical knowledge, and repeated investment in place. A plastered room says this space matters enough to renew. The treatment of the dead reveals another experiment, one that may be even more important than walls, In some early Neolithic communities, the dead are buried beneath house floors or within settlement spaces. Sometimes skulls are later removed, plastered, painted, or displayed. The famous plastered skulls from the Levant, with modelled faces and shell eyes in some cases, are among the most haunting objects of the Lost Epoch. They are not portraits in any simple modern sense, and scholars still debate whether they represent ancestors, powerful individuals, ritual beings, or something else. But they show that the boundary between living households and the dead is being managed with extraordinary care. Memory is no longer only carried by story, it is built into the house. This closeness to ancestors may have helped stabilize communities. A household with its dead beneath the floor has a claim not merely to shelter, but to continuity. The past becomes physically present. Leaving such a place is different from leaving a temporary camp. Rebuilding over the same ground can become an act of belonging. At the same time, ancestral memory may create inequality. Some lineages may claim deeper roots, more honoured dead, stronger ritual authority, or special rights to certain spaces. The evidence remains incomplete, and we should be cautious about turning every unusual burial into proof of hierarchy. Still, the ingredients of future social difference are present memory, place, inheritance, labour, and control over symbols. Trade is another silent experiment, and it stretches farther than the walls of any village. Obsidian from volcanic sources travels across long distances in the Neolithic Near East. Marine shells move inland. Greenstone, pigments, and other valued materials circulate through networks of exchange. These objects do more than satisfy practical needs. They create relationships. To possess a stone from a distant mountain or a shell from a far shore is to participate in a world larger than one settlement. Exchange can carry alliances, obligations, marriages, styles, technologies, and stories. Before merchants keep accounts, before roads are paved, before state tax trade, people are already weaving regions together. These networks also show that early communities are not isolated experiments sealed inside valleys. Ideas move, house forms spread and change, burial customs appear in one place and echo in another. Domesticated plants and animals travel. Tool-making traditions shift. Yet movement does not mean simple copying. Each community adapts borrowed practices to local conditions. The Lost Epoch is a mosaic of related experiments, not a single blueprint. Some villages grow dense, others remain small. Some emphasize communal buildings, others center households. Some display striking ritual treatment of the dead, others leave quieter traces. No single explanation fully accounts for the variety. In some places, the experiment fails. Settlements are abandoned, houses collapse and are not rebuilt, storage systems disappear, populations shift, disease, soil exhaustion, social conflict, climate stress, depleted fuel, water problems, or changing trade routes may all play roles, depending on the case. Archaeology can often see abandonment more clearly than it can explain it. A site ends, but the reason is scattered among sediments, bones, tools, and absences. The people may not have died out. They may have moved, merged, returned to mobility, founded new settlements, or changed their way of life. Disappearance from one mound is not disappearance from history. It is only disappearance from that particular record. The most important thing about these early experiments is that they are not yet locked into the forms later civilization will take. There is no inevitable road from village to state. Some communities remain relatively egalitarian. Some develop ritual authority without obvious political hierarchy. Some build impressive structures without evidence of kings. Some organize labor communally. Others show signs of household competition. The missing era is a field of possibilities, many of which do not survive into the written age. Later states will make hierarchy, taxation, warfare, and administration seem almost natural. But before them there are many ways of living together. That variety can be difficult to imagine because written history tends to preserve the voices of centralized power. Kings boast, temples record offerings, administrators count grain, empires name enemies. But the first silent experiments belong to people who solve collective life without leaving such declarations. Their politics may have been negotiated through kinship, ritual, age, reputation, feasting, obligation, or seasonal gathering. Their leaders, if they had them, may have been temporary, situational, or constrained by custom. Authority could be persuasive rather than coercive, or it could be harsher than the evidence allows us to see. Scholars still debate these questions because architecture and burial can suggest power, but rarely define it completely. Food remains the material base beneath these experiments. A community that can store and redistribute food can survive scarcity, host gatherings, support builders, and create obligations. Feasting may have been especially important. A feast is not merely a large meal. It is a social engine. It can settle disputes, create alliances, display generosity, impose debt, honor ancestors, initiate marriages, or mark ritual events. The bones of animals, the remains of special foods. Large cooking installations and unusual concentrations of vessels or tools can hint at such gatherings. Long before palaces sponsor banquets, early communities may already use food to make society visible. Craft also begins to change. Settled life allows more time and space for certain forms of production, though it also demands heavy subsistence labor. People make beads, baskets, stone vessels, ground stone tools, figurines, woven materials, and eventually pottery in many regions. Pottery itself arrives at different times in different places and is not synonymous with farming. Some foragers use ceramics. Some early farmers live without pottery for long periods. This is another reminder that cultural change does not arrive as a complete package. Technologies are adopted when they make sense within particular lives. Among the most intriguing objects of the Lost Epoch are figurines. Some are human, some animal, some ambiguous. They have often been interpreted as fertility symbols, goddess figures, teaching tools, toys, charms, ancestors, or ritual objects. Many of these interpretations may say as much about modern expectations as ancient meanings. A small clay or stone figure can hold multiple roles across its life. It might be made for one purpose, reused for another, discarded ritually, or broken accidentally. The evidence remains incomplete, and humility is necessary. Still, figurines show that early settled and semi-settled communities are thinking materially about bodies, animals, identity, and perhaps forces not visible in ordinary life. The first silent experiments also transform labor. In a mobile camp, labor is organized around movement, foraging, hunting, processing, childcare, tool repair, and social life. In a village, labor becomes tied to maintenance. Walls crack, roofs leak, floors need replastering, fields need tending, herds need watching, stores need guarding, paths need clearing. The community becomes a machine that must be constantly repaired. This maintenance is easy to overlook because it lacks the drama of monument building. but it is foundational. Civilization will later depend not only on grand projects, but on endless repair. There is gravity in that realization. The Lost Epoch is not made only by visionary ritual builders or bold inventors of agriculture. It is made by people sweeping floors, patching walls, grinding grain, feeding children, carrying water, shaping tools, tending fires, and repeating tasks until repetition becomes structure. The ordinary becomes historical through accumulation. A village endures because enough people perform enough small acts at the right times. When those acts become too burdensome, or when the social fabric fails, the village dissolves. By the time these experiments have spread and diversified, the human world has become harder to reverse. There are still mobile peoples, and there will be for millennia. There are still foragers, fishers, and herders whose lives do not fit the village model. But in several regions, the commitment to place has deepened. Communities know how to organize labor beyond a single household. They know how to store food, build durable structures, maintain ritual spaces, exchange across distance, and bind memory to the dead. They have not yet created the first literate states, but they have created many of the practices states will later capture and enlarge. The silence of these experiments is not emptiness. It is the silence of people whose institutions were real but unwritten. Their rules lived in custom. Their maps lived in memory. Their authority lived in relationships. Their beliefs lived in repeated acts. Their history lived in rebuilt floors, buried skulls, worn grinding stones, distant obsidian, and settlements rising layer upon layer into mounds. They were not rehearsing for civilization. They were living in worlds that made sense to them. Yet from those worlds, civilization would borrow almost everything: food storage, permanent architecture, ritual centers, ancestral claims, long-distance exchange, organized labor, and the dangerous idea that a place can hold a people across generations. The first silent experiments leave no manifestos. They leave walls, bones, tools, seeds, and absences. But taken together, they show a world learning new forms of permanence. And permanence, once discovered, is never simple. It gives memory a home. It gives food a storehouse. It gives ritual a stage. It gives conflict a boundary. It gives power somewhere to stand. On a limestone ridge in southeastern Anatolia, long before the first known cities of Mesopotamia, people cut pillars from bedrock and raised them in circles. The stones are massive, some shaped like abstract human bodies, their arms folded across their fronts, their surfaces carved with foxes, snakes, wild boar, birds, scorpions, aurochs, and creatures that seem to move between observation and symbol. There are no kings named here. No inscriptions explain the work. No palace stands nearby to command it. Yet the labor is real, the planning is real, and the mystery is real. Göbekli Tepe does not belong to the world that older histories expected before farming. It appears too early, too organized, too strange. For a long time, the usual story seemed straightforward. First came agriculture. Agriculture created surplus. Surplus allowed permanent villages. Villages grew into towns. Towns supported specialists, priests, leaders, and builders. Then monuments appeared. Göbekli Tepe complicates that sequence. Its earliest monumental enclosures date to the pre-pottery Neolithic, before the full development of the settled agricultural societies that later dominate the region. The people who built and used it were living in a world still close to hunting and gathering, though not untouched by the wider changes already unfolding. They knew wild animals intimately. They gathered, hunted, exchanged, and probably moved through a landscape where settlement, cultivation, and ritual were beginning to interact in new ways. The site does not prove that religion created civilization in any simple sense, but it does challenge the idea that only farming villages could organize impressive communal labor. Stones weighing many tons had to be quarried, shaped, moved, positioned, and perhaps decorated by skilled hands. Food had to be gathered or supplied for workers and visitors. People had to agree, or be persuaded, to return. The place required memory and coordination. What survives in the record suggests a ritual gathering center of unusual importance, though scholars still debate exactly how it functioned and who controlled its use. The absence of domestic houses in the monumental core has often been emphasized, but the wider landscape includes settlements and activity zones that continue to reshape interpretation. The carvings are among the most striking clues. The animals are not gentle farm creatures. They are wild, alert, dangerous, and specific. Foxes stretch along stone surfaces. Snakes twist in patterns. Boars bristle. Birds stand with hard, watchful bodies. Aurochs evoke power. These are not decorations added casually to architecture. They seem to belong to a symbolic world rooted in the relationships between humans and wild beings. In later agricultural societies, domesticated animals often become central to daily life and ritual economy. Here, on these pillars, the wild still dominates. The Lost Epoch is speaking in animals before it speaks in words. One lesser-known detail is that some of Göbekli Tepe's monumental enclosures were deliberately filled in. The stones were not simply abandoned to weather slowly on an exposed hill. They were buried with debris, stone tools, animal bones, and other material. This burial helped preserve them, but it also raises questions. Was each enclosure ritually closed after a period of use? Were older spaces buried as new ones were built? Did changing beliefs, social needs, or settlement patterns make them obsolete? The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the sequence. Yet deliberate burial suggests that ending a monument could be as meaningful as raising one. Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Nearby and related sites in the broader region, sometimes described as part of a wider Taş-Tepeler landscape, show that this was not an isolated miracle on one hill. Karahan Tepe, Nevalı-Çori, and other sites reveal carved pillars, special buildings, and symbolic architecture across southeastern Anatolia and northern Mesopotamia. This wider pattern matters because it moves the mystery away from one extraordinary anomaly and toward a regional transformation. People in this landscape are experimenting with ritual architecture, gathering imagery and social coordination before the rise of cities or writing. The old sequence bends further. Monumentality is not the child of the state alone. Still, caution is necessary. Popular versions of Göbekli Tepe often rush into claims that it was the world's first temple, the birthplace of religion, or evidence of a forgotten advanced civilization. These claims flatten the site into spectacle. It is safer and more interesting to say that Göbekli Tepe is among the earliest known monumental ritual sites of its kind, built by communities whose lifeways stood at the threshold between foraging and farming. It does not require lost technology. It does not require an unknown empire. It requires human beings with skill, belief, patience, and the ability to organize labor around meaning. That is already remarkable enough. Monuments before kingdoms reveal a deep truth about human society. People will work hard for ideas that cannot be eaten. They will move stone for the dead, for animals, for ancestors, for spirits, for gatherings, for identity, for fear, for gratitude, for reasons now beyond recovery. Modern observers often assume practical needs must come first, and in a narrow sense they do. People must eat, but human life has never been only practical. Ritual can organize food production. Belief can structure labor. Feasting can bind groups together. Sacred places can create obligations strong enough to bring people back across distance. In the Lost Epoch, symbolism may not be a luxury built on surplus. It may be one of the forces that helps create new forms of society. At Göbekli Tepe, the labor itself may have been social glue, quarrying stone, shaping pillars, hauling them, raising them, carving them, gathering around them, and perhaps feasting nearby would have created shared memory. Work becomes ceremony. Ceremony becomes identity. Identity encourages return. Return supports larger gatherings. Larger gatherings require food, coordination, and perhaps more predictable supplies. In this way, ritual and subsistence may have pushed each other forward. Scholars still debate the direction of causality, but the older idea that economy always comes first looks too simple. People may have built extraordinary places not after they became settled, but while becoming settled. Feasting evidence from the broader Neolithic world supports this possibility. Large quantities of animal bones at some ritual or communal sites suggest gatherings where food consumption was central. A feast can turn scattered groups into a temporary community. It can display generosity, create debt, resolve tension, celebrate seasonal abundance, or mark contact with the sacred. If people gathered at places like Göbekli Tepe from surrounding regions, feeding them would have mattered. That need may have encouraged more intensive harvesting of wild grains, management of animals, or cooperation between groups. The path from ritual gathering to cultivation may not be direct, but it is plausible enough to disturb older assumptions. The architecture also changes how we think about power. Without writing, it is difficult to know whether leaders directed the work, whether specialists held ritual authority, or whether labor was organized more collectively. Massive stones do not automatically prove coercion. Small-scale societies can organize impressive projects through shared belief, competitive generosity, seasonal gathering, or communal obligation. But large projects do create opportunities for influence. Someone knows where to cut the stone. Someone understands the design. Someone remembers the sequence of rituals. Someone may decide when an enclosure is closed and another begins. Power may first appear not as a throne, but as knowledge. The pillars themselves are strange presences. Many are T-shaped, with human-like features on some examples. Yet they do not show faces in the ordinary way. They stand as bodies without clear individuality, perhaps beings, ancestors, spirits, or symbolic persons. Around them, animals appear in relief, often dynamic and tense. The result is not a temple in the later sense, with a named god and formal priesthood visible in texts. It is an older kind of sacred architecture, where meaning is embodied in form, arrangement, repetition, and image. We can describe the stones, but we cannot translate them. That gap is the missing era at its purest. The site's setting matters too. Göbekli Tepe commands a view across the surrounding landscape. A hilltop gathering place can be seen, approached, remembered from a distance. It turns geography into theatre. People arriving from different directions would not merely enter a building, they would ascend toward a marked place above ordinary movement. The visibility of the site may have helped create a shared mental map. In a world where communities are becoming more anchored, such places can serve as regional centers of memory without being cities. They gather people, not necessarily permanently, but powerfully. Monumental architecture before kingdoms also appears in other forms elsewhere, though separated by time, ecology, and culture. Later megalithic structures in Europe, early ceremonial centres in the Americas, shell-mound complexes, causeways, and earthworks all show that states are not the only builders of meaningful landscapes. Some are much later than Göbekli Tepe, and they should not be collapsed into one story. But together they warn against underestimating non-state societies. Humans can coordinate large projects through ritual, kinship, seasonal aggregation, and shared cosmology. The state is one solution to collective labour, not the first or only one. In the Lost Epoch, monuments may have served as fixed points in a world still negotiating movement. For mobile or semi-mobile groups, a permanent ritual place offers continuity without requiring everyone to live there year-round. It can hold the memory of gatherings across generations. It can mark alliances. It can give form to relationships with animals, ancestors, or unseen forces. It can make a landscape feel inhabited even when people disperse. As settlement increases, such places may become integrated into village life, or they may decline as new forms of social organization arise. The record shows both persistence and change. Eventually, the great enclosures at Göbekli Tepe are buried, and later forms of Neolithic life continue across the region. Farming becomes more established, domesticated animals spread, villages grow and change. The wild imagery of the earliest monuments gives way to other symbolic worlds. This transition should not be imagined as a simple replacement of religion by economy or wildness by domestication. But something does shift. The relationship between people, animals, land. And ritual is being reorganized. The Lost Epoch turns again. What makes Göbekli Tepe so powerful is not that it solves the mystery, but that it makes the mystery sharper. It shows that before writing, before kings, before cities, people could gather around architecture dense with meaning and labour. It shows that ritual life may have been a driver of social complexity, not merely a decoration added after practical needs were met. It shows that the road to civilization was not paved only with seeds and storage pits, but also with animals carved in stone. Hilltops made sacred and communities drawn together by purposes we can see but not fully know. The stones stand because someone believed they should. That is the essential fact. Not because a tax collector demanded it, not because a royal inscription promised glory, not because a city bureaucracy ordered a project. They stand from a time when history has not yet learned to name its builders, and yet those builders have already learned to make memory heavy. The missing era is silent here, but not empty. Its silence has weight, carved from limestone, buried with care, and waiting under a hill for thousands of years. The missing era feels missing most sharply because no one inside it explains themselves in writing. There are no letters from builders, no field records from early cultivators, no poems from the first villages, no names attached to the dead beneath house floors, no account of why a carved animal mattered, no treaty between neighbouring communities, no myth preserved in its own voice from the moment a hilltop became sacred. Archaeology can recover action, but intention is harder. It can show that people gathered, built, buried, burned, hunted, planted, traded, and abandoned. It cannot easily tell us what they said while doing it. Writing changes the texture of history so dramatically that everything before it can seem muted. Once writing appears, even in partial and biased forms, the past gains names. A ruler boasts of victory, a scribe counts jars of grain, a temple records offerings, a merchant complains, A law code declares order. These records do not tell the whole truth, and they often speak for the powerful more than the ordinary, but they give history a human surface that prehistoric evidence rarely provides. They allow events to be dated, places to be named, offices to be identified, conflicts to be narrated, and institutions to describe themselves. Before writing, the same kinds of human ambition, grief, cooperation, jealousy, devotion, and fear surely exist, but they are not preserved in sentences. This absence can distort the imagination. A society without writing may be mistaken for a society without history, when in fact it may have an extremely rich memory culture. Oral traditions can preserve genealogies, roots, laws, ecological knowledge, origin stories, ritual obligations, and warnings across generations. Songs and performances can encode information in durable forms, but their durability depends on living transmission. When the chain breaks, the archive dies. Clay tablets can sleep in ruins for thousands of years and still be read. A song must be carried by people. If those people move, merge, change language, suffer collapse, or simply stop repeating it, the record disappears. The Lost Epoch is therefore not voiceless because its people had nothing to say. It is voiceless because their most important records were alive. This makes the era difficult for modern history, which is trained to trust documents. Archaeology, geology, genetics, and anthropology can rebuild much, but they do so indirectly. A storage pit suggests planning, but not the rule governing distribution. A burial beneath a floor suggests attachment, but not the story told about the buried person. A figurine suggests symbolic behavior, but not whether it was sacred, playful, protective, ancestral, political, or all of these at once. A destroyed house may suggest conflict, accident, ritual closure, or abandonment. Scholars still debate such interpretations because material evidence is powerful but rarely self-explanatory. The problem deepens because writing, when it finally arrives, is not neutral. The earliest writing systems emerge in societies already shaped by administration, hierarchy, and economic complexity. In Mesopotamia, early cuneiform grows largely from accounting needs recording commodities, labor, rations, ownership, and institutional management. In Egypt, writing becomes tied to kingship, administration, ritual, and display. Elsewhere, writing develops through different pathways, but it often appears in contexts where institutions need memory beyond the human body. This means writing does not simply reveal society, it reveals the parts of society that powerful systems most urgently want to record. So when written history begins, it begins late and selectively. It tells us about grain, offerings, officials, names, boundaries, gods, rulers, and transactions. It tells us less about the deeper unwritten processes that made these societies possible, the generations of plant management, settlement growth, ritual gathering, ancestor memory, craft skill, exchange networks, and landscape transformation that came before. By the time scribes begin writing, the Lost Epoch is already an inheritance. Its choices have become background. This creates a strange illusion. Written civilization appears suddenly confident, as if cities arrive with their own explanations. But early texts often assume a world already full of institutions. Temples own goods. Administrators track labor. Fields produce taxable harvests. Specialists work within organized economies. Rulers claim legitimacy through symbols and myths that must have older roots. Writing opens a window, but the room is already furnished. The furniture was made in silence. There's also the question of symbols before writing. Humans have been making marks, images, and signs for tens of thousands of years. Cave art, engraved bones, notched objects, painted stones, geometric markings, and body ornaments all show that symbolic expression is ancient. But symbolism is not the same as writing. A mark can communicate identity, number, ownership, memory, ritual meaning, or aesthetic form without representing spoken language in a systematic way. The boundary between symbol, notation, and writing can be difficult to define. Some prehistoric marks may have recorded information, but most cannot be read as texts. The evidence remains incomplete, and caution is necessary. It is tempting to call every mysterious sign a lost script, but most are better understood as signs whose code has not survived, not writing in the strict sense. This distinction matters because writing is not simply making marks. It is a system that can preserve language across time and distance. It allows speech, or at least elements of speech, to be stored outside the body. That is why its arrival is so transformative. It externalizes memory. It lets institutions outlive the people who remember them. It allows authority to travel in durable form. It makes contracts, myths, orders, accounts, and names harder to dispute. It also creates new forms of power. Those who can write and read can manage worlds others cannot easily inspect. Before writing, memory must be performed, repeated, embodied, and renewed. This does not make it weak. In some ways, living memory can be more socially binding than documents, because it requires participation. A law remembered in ritual is not merely stored, it is enacted. A route encoded in story is taught through movement. An ancestor is not listed in a genealogy. They are invoked, buried, visited, and fed. A seasonal calendar is not printed, it is watched in the sky, plants, animals, and water. The missing era likely held immense systems of knowledge of this kind. We cannot recover them fully because they were never meant to survive without the communities that carried them. The absence of writing also affects the scale of uncertainty. In a literate society, a burned city might leave inscriptions naming rulers, enemies, gods, and dates. In a non-literate settlement, destruction may leave only ash, collapsed walls, broken tools, and bodies if preservation is grimly generous. Was it warfare, accident, ritual burning, earthquake, abandonment, or some combination? Archaeologists can test possibilities, but the answer often remains probabilistic. This is why the Lost Epoch must be narrated with care. Mystery is real, but mystery is not permission to invent freely. The fragments deserve imagination, but also restraint. A surprising detail is that some of the earliest written records are almost aggressively mundane. They are not epic stories or philosophical reflections. They are lists, accounts, quantities, and administrative notes. This can disappoint anyone hoping writing begins with revelation, but it reveals something profound. The first durable words often serve management: grain, beer, sheep, labour, land, and offerings become signs because complex societies need to remember obligations precisely. The poetic and mythological uses of writing come later or survive later, while administrative memory appears early because states and temple institutions cannot rely on oral recall alone. The first scribes are not necessarily trying to tell history, they're trying to keep track. That means writing begins not only as communication, but as control. A stored harvest already changes society. A written record of that harvest changes it again. It becomes possible to compare, audit, demand, allocate, and accuse. Memory becomes less negotiable when pressed into clay. The missing era lacks this kind of durable administration, but it creates the conditions that will make it necessary surplus, storage, labour coordination, property, inheritance, ritual institutions, and larger communities. Writing is a late answer to problems that began earlier. The people of the Lost Epoch lived before that answer. Their worlds were organised through practices we can only partly infer. Perhaps certain individuals remembered genealogies. Perhaps ritual specialists held seasonal knowledge. Perhaps elders settled disputes by recalling precedent. Perhaps marks on objects tracked ownership, exchange, or ritual sequence. Perhaps songs carried maps of resources and obligations. What survives in the record suggests complexity, but not its spoken grammar. We see the stage, not the script. This is why labels such as prehistoric can be both useful and misleading. Technically, prehistory refers to the time before written records in a given region, but the word can unintentionally imply a time before history itself, as if human experience becomes historical only when documented. The Lost Epoch exposes the weakness of that idea. People without writing still make history. They transform ecosystems, create traditions, migrate, innovate, suffer, remember, and shape the future. The lack of documents limits our knowledge, not their significance. There is another problem. Once writing appears, it can overwrite older memory. Literate civilizations often reinterpret the past through their own institutions. They create origin myths that place gods, kings, temples, or cities at the beginning of order. They may preserve fragments of older traditions, but reshaped through later values. A farming village becomes, in myth, the gift of a deity. A flood becomes divine punishment. A city becomes founded by a heroic ruler. A social order that took millennia to form becomes compressed into sacred narrative. Such stories are invaluable, but they are not transparent windows into the missing era. They are later memories, layered with theology, politics, and symbolism. Still, those later stories matter because they show that ancient peoples themselves sensed depth behind their own societies. Early civilizations often imagined a time before the present order, a time of first gifts, first kings, first temples, first floods, first ancestors, or first laws, whether historically accurate or not. These memories reveal an awareness that civilization had origins beyond ordinary recall. In that sense, written history begins by looking backward into silence. For modern archaeology, the task is to approach that silence from the other direction. Instead of reading myths backward as literal reports, scholars read material evidence forward from the ground. They trace how settlements grow, how crops change, how animals are managed, how trade expands, how burial customs shift, how climate pressures unfold, and how symbolic architecture appears before written explanation. The result is not a single lost story recovered whole, but a set of converging clues. Each clue reduces the silence slightly, none abolishes it. The absence of writing can also make the people of the missing era seem anonymous, in a way that later ancient people are not. We know names like Gilgamesh, Narmer, Sargon, Khufu, Hammurabi. Though the historical realities behind some names vary in clarity, but we do not know the name of the person who designed a Göbekli Tepe pillar, the child buried under a Neolithic floor, the woman whose labour ground grain until her joints ached. the traveller who carried obsidian across mountains, or the elder who remembered a coast before it drowned. Their anonymity is not a measure of their importance. It is a measure of preservation. There is humility in recognizing this. History is not the same as the surviving record. The record is a filter, and writing is only one kind of filter. It preserves some things brilliantly and erases others completely. It favors institutions that count, rulers who boast, temples that store, and conflicts that justify power. The missing era forces attention toward different evidence bodies, landscapes, tools, houses, seeds, bones, residues, and the stubborn geometry of post holes. It asks us to treat material traces not as poor substitutes for text, but as their own language. That language is difficult, but it is not mute. A cluster of houses says people organize space. A shared building says community mattered beyond households. A plastered skull says the dead remained socially active in some form. A non-local stone says relationships crossed distance. A charred seed says plants were gathered, stored, or cultivated. A healed fracture says someone survived long enough to be cared for. A mass grave says something terrible happened, though not always exactly what. The evidence speaks in verbs more than nouns. It tells us what people did, less often what they called it. And perhaps that is why the missing era remains so haunting. It is full of action without explanation. People build before they write why. They plant before they record harvests. They bury before they name ancestors in texts. They gather before they list gods. They trade before they keep accounts. They remember before memory becomes archive. By the time writing arrives, the human world has already been transformed by people whose voices cannot be quoted. The problem of no writing is therefore not merely a scholarly inconvenience. It is the central emotional condition of the Lost Epoch. We stand before evidence made by hands like ours, shaped by minds like ours, driven by needs and meanings we partly recognize, and yet the names are gone. The silence is not empty. It is crowded. It presses against the edges of every stone tool, every seed, every burial, every drowned shoreline. It asks us to listen without expecting words. When writing is absent, the body becomes a document. Bone, tooth, stone, ash, seed, pollen, shell, and soil begin to carry the burden of memory. They do not speak easily, and they do not speak in complete sentences, but they preserve facts that no myth can supply and no later king can fully rewrite. In the Lost Epoch, where names are gone and motives are hidden, archaeology learns to read the smallest surviving marks: a cut on bone, a polish on flint, a change in tooth enamel, a trace of starch trapped in stone, a thread of ancestry preserved in ancient DNA. The story is still broken, but the fragments are sharper than they first appear. A skeleton can reveal a life in outline. The shape of bones may show repeated labor. Arthritis can hint at years of kneeling, carrying, grinding, walking, or working with tools. Teeth can show diet, stress, childhood hardship, and sometimes migration. Enamel forms in childhood and can hold chemical signatures from the water and food of a person's early landscape. Isotopes of strontium and oxygen can suggest whether someone grew up locally or arrived from elsewhere. Carbon and nitrogen isotopes can reveal broad patterns of diet: more marine food, more terrestrial plants, more animal protein, more millet in later contexts, or shifts as farming spreads. The evidence remains incomplete, but it gives silent people a kind of biography written in chemistry. Ancient DNA has changed this work profoundly. For much of the 20th century, archaeologists reconstructed population movement mainly through artifacts, languages, burial customs, and physical anthropology, all of which can mislead when used carelessly. Pots can move without people. Ideas can travel without mass migration. Bodies can vary within communities. Ancient DNA does not solve everything, but it adds a new line of evidence. It shows kinship within graves, ancestry across regions, mixtures between groups, population replacements or continuities, and unexpected connections. The old picture of isolated prehistoric cultures has become harder to maintain. The Lost Epoch is full of movement, contact, and blending. Yet DNA must be handled with caution. Genes do not equal culture. A person's ancestry does not tell us what language they spoke, what gods or spirits they honoured, how they understood kinship, or whether they identified with the group archaeologists assign them to. A genetic shift may accompany migration, conquest, marriage exchange, gradual mixture, or social absorption. Scholars still debate many interpretations because the biological record and the cultural record do not always move together. Still, ancient DNA has made one thing clear: the foundations of later ancient societies were built by populations already tangled together across deep time. Stone tools offer another kind of clue. To an untrained eye, a flint blade or obsidian point may look simple, but it can preserve decisions made at every stage. Where was the raw material obtained? Was the stone carried as a core, a finished blade, or a tool repaired many times? Was it made by a skilled craftsperson or a learner? What technique shaped it? Microscopic wear can show whether an edge cut meat, hide, wood, reeds, bone, or plants. Residues can sometimes reveal blood, resin, fibers, or starch. A tool is not just a tool, it is a record of movement, skill, economy, and task. Obsidian is especially revealing because it can often be traced to its geological source. When obsidian from one volcanic region appears hundreds of kilometers away, it shows that people, goods, or exchange relationships crossed wide landscapes. In the Lost Epoch, such movement matters because it connects communities before writing, before coins, before formal markets. A blade may carry a mountain into a village that never sees that mountain. A small piece of black glass can reveal a social world extending beyond the horizon. Seeds and plant remains reveal another hidden layer. Charred grains survive when fire preserves what decay would destroy. Pollen settles in lake beds and wetlands, recording shifts in vegetation. Phytoliths, tiny mineral bodies formed in some plants, can remain after the plant itself is gone. Starch grains can cling to grinding stones or dental calculus. Together, these traces show changing diets, cultivation, deforestation, burning, gathering, and domestication. They reveal that the rise of farming was not a single bright line, but a long blur of human attention. A wild seed becomes a managed seed, then a cultivated seed, then a domesticated seed. But the transformation can take centuries. The microscope sees revolutions too slow for the naked eye. Animal bones carry their own testimony. A pile of gazelle bones can reveal hunting seasons and herd selection. Sheep and goat remains can show whether humans began controlling herds by killing young males while keeping females alive for breeding. Cattle bones can reveal size changes, management, and symbolic importance. Fish bones and shell middens can show coastal and riverine economies, often underestimated in older narratives. Cut marks reveal butchery. Burning reveals cooking or disposal. Pathologies reveal load-bearing, confinement, or disease. A village's relationship with animals is written in broken bone. There are also traces of care. Healed injuries show that people survived trauma long enough for bone to repair. Some individuals with severe disabilities lived for years, implying support from others. This evidence reaches far back before the Lost Epoch, but it remains important here because it reminds us that prehistoric survival was not only competition. Cooperation is not a modern moral gloss placed on a brutal past. It is visible in bodies that could not have survived alone. The missing era contains violence, but it also contains nursing, feeding, protection, and patience. Violence, when it appears, is equally real. Blunt force trauma, embedded projectile points, defensive wounds, mass graves, burned settlements, and patterns of injury suggest conflict in some communities. But interpreting violence requires care. A single violent death does not prove constant warfare. A burned building may be accident, ritual closure, attack, or abandonment. A mass burial may reflect massacre, epidemic, famine, or disaster. No single explanation fully accounts for all such evidence. What can be said is that as people become more settled, store more food, and invest more heavily in place, the stakes of conflict change. Land, harvests, animals, and ancestors can all become worth defending. Burials are among the richest and most difficult clues. The position of a body, the presence of ornaments, tools, pigments, animal parts, skull removal, plastering, secondary burial, or collective tombs can reveal social values, but never transparently. A grave with many goods may indicate status, affection, ritual role, age, gender, or unusual circumstances. A simple burial may mean humility, poverty, equality, haste, or a belief system that did not emphasize objects. Archaeology can describe patterns, but the meaning of death belongs partly to the vanished living. The evidence remains incomplete, and interpretation must remain open. Still, burial patterns can show change. In some early settled communities, the dead are incorporated into domestic space. Elsewhere, cemeteries form outside living areas. Some bodies are revisited, some skulls are curated, some graves suggest kin groups, others community identity. Ancient DNA can reveal whether people buried together were biological relatives or socially grouped in other ways. Sometimes the answer is surprising. People may share a grave without close genetic kinship, reminding us that family is never only biology. The Lost Epoch may have held kinship systems as complex as any later society, but without writing, they survive only as patterns in bones and space. Architecture provides another grammar: round houses, rectangular houses, clustered rooms, communal buildings, towers, walls, courtyards, storage spaces, and special purpose structures all reveal changing organization. A round house may reflect one kind of domestic life. A rectangular house can be easier to expand, subdivide, and pack into dense settlements. Shared buildings suggest activities beyond the household. Storage rooms suggest planning and control. Rebuilt floors show continuity. Abandoned rooms show rupture. Architecture is social thought made durable. Even garbage matters, middens, the accumulated refuse of daily life, are among archaeology's most honest archives. People may stage burials and monuments carefully, but trash often preserves routine. Shells, bones, ash, broken tools, plant remains, pottery fragments, and discarded ornaments reveal what people ate, made, used, broke, and ignored. A midden can show seasonality, trade, craft production, environmental change, and social habits. The ordinary debris of life becomes, after thousands of years, one of the most trustworthy witnesses. The ground itself records human presence. Layers of charcoal show burning. Soil chemistry can reveal activity areas, dung accumulation, or decayed organic matter. Magnetic traces can show hearths or burned structures. Post holes mark vanished wooden buildings. Sediments reveal flooding, erosion, abandonment, and rebuilding. Archaeology is often the art of noticing stains. A darker patch of earth may be the ghost of a post. A thin ash layer may be the trace of a meal, a fire, a disaster, or a ritual closing. The Lost Epoch survives in details that would be invisible without trained attention. What emerges from all these clues is not a single portrait, but a living complexity. People without writing are not people without history. They move across regions, they exchange materials, they alter plants and animals, they care for the injured, they fight, they build, they mourn, they experiment with settlement and ritual, they survive climate shifts, they leave places and return to others, they carry ancestry, culture, and memory through landscapes that are themselves changing. The surprising power of modern science is that it can sometimes restore intimacy from fragments. Dental calculus, the hardened plaque on ancient teeth, can trap microscopic remains of food, fibers, smoke particles, and even traces of the mouth's microbial world. Something as ordinary as uncleaned teeth becomes an archive of diet and daily life. A person who left no name, no writing, no image, and no monument may still carry in their teeth traces of what they ate, what they breathed, and where they lived. The past hides in humble places. But even the best evidence has limits. A genome cannot tell a lullaby. A seed cannot describe a famine. A wall cannot explain an argument. A skull cannot reveal the full meaning of grief. The missing era remains missing because human meaning exceeds material survival. Archaeology narrows uncertainty. It does not abolish it. Its greatest strength is also its discipline. It lets the fragments speak as far as they can, then stops before fantasy takes over. And yet, from bones and stone, a world appears. It is not a world waiting passively for civilization. It is already inventive, connected, symbolic, and unstable. Its people are not shadows. They are bodies with diets, injuries, migrations, tools, homes, ancestors, and choices. The Lost Epoch may lack written voices, but it has not left us nothing. It has left a language of residue and fracture, of chemistry and wear, of burial and rebuilding. To read it is slow work, but the reward is profound. Beneath the silence, the evidence is speaking all the time. Long before the first written accounts of ruined cities, people were already abandoning places they had worked hard to build. A settlement could rise from repeated labour, gather houses, hearths, stores, burials, paths, and memories, then fall quiet. Roofs would collapse, walls would slump, floors once swept smooth would crack under rain and roots. Animals would nose through empty rooms. Seeds would sprout where people once slept. Later, archaeologists would find the remains and give the place a name, but the people who left it may have carried its true name somewhere else, or let it die with them. Collapse is usually imagined as a grand event, something belonging to kingdoms and empires' palaces burned, capitals sacked, dynasties ended, armies defeated, trade routes broken. But the Lost Epoch reminds us that collapse is older than civilization. It begins wherever human commitments become heavy enough to fail. A mobile camp can be left with little permanent loss. A village is different. A village holds food stores, buildings, ancestors, fields, herds, neighbours, debts, rivalries, and rituals. To abandon it is not only to move, it is to break a pattern of life. The earlier settled communities were experiments, and experiments can fail. Some settlements grew beyond what local resources could support. Fuel wood may have become scarce as nearby trees were cut for fires, plaster production, building, and cooking. Fields may have lost fertility. Water sources may have shifted or become unreliable. Stored grain may have rotted or been consumed by pests. Animals kept near people may have damaged vegetation or spread disease. Social tensions may have intensified in crowded spaces where leaving was no longer simple. The evidence remains incomplete, but many early abandonments likely came from several pressures working together rather than one dramatic cause. Disease is one of the quieter forces in this story. Dense settlement changes the ecology of illness. People live closer to one another, closer to waste, closer to stored food, closer to rodents, insects, and eventually domesticated animals. Not every early village would have been a disease trap, and the great epidemic diseases of later history depended on larger populations and wider networks. Still, the basic conditions of infection were changing. A cough, parasite, contaminated water source, or intestinal illness can move differently through a crowded settlement than through a dispersed mobile group. Bones do not preserve every disease, so much of this remains difficult to see, but the shift in living conditions is unmistakable. Violence also changes when people become tied to place. In deep prehistory, conflict certainly existed, but settlement adds new targets and new stakes. Stores can be raided, fields can be contested, herds can be stolen, houses can be burned, ancestors and sacred spaces can be violated. Some Neolithic sites show trauma, defensive architecture, mass death, or evidence of attack, though scholars still debate how common organized violence was in different regions. It is important not to turn early villages into either peaceful innocents or permanent warriors. The record suggests a more human truth cooperation, and conflict grew side by side. Climate could press on these fragile systems. A run of dry years might reduce harvests. A colder or warmer shift could alter wild resources. Floods could damage houses and fields. In marginal environments, small changes could have large effects. Yet climate alone rarely explains collapse neatly. Communities respond through storage, trade, mobility, social support, ritual, diversification, or migration. Some endure, others fracture. No single explanation fully accounts for why one settlement survives a stress that breaks another. Human decisions matter, but they are made within limits. One surprising detail of early collapse is that abandonment was not always failure in the way modern observers might imagine. To leave a settlement could be a strategy. People who still retained mobile knowledge could move to relatives, seasonal camps, new fields, or older territories. A village might be abandoned gradually, partially, or cyclically. Some houses might be left while others remained occupied. Some people might return after years. Others might carry building habits, crops, rituals, and memories to new places. The end of one site could be the beginning of another. Archaeology sees a break in occupation. The people may have experienced continuity through movement. Still, abandonment can leave signs of distress. Bodies left unburied or buried hastily may suggest violence, epidemic, or crisis. Burned layers can show destruction, though the cause may be uncertain. Storage areas left with food still inside might suggest sudden departure. Repair stopped midway can reveal interruption. In other cases, abandonment is orderly. Houses are cleaned, objects removed, buildings deliberately burned or filled, ritual closure performed, the difference matters. People did not always flee. Sometimes they ended a place carefully. This idea of ending a place carefully appears in several prehistoric contexts. Structures may be deliberately filled, burned, or sealed. Objects may be placed in pits. Human or animal remains may be deposited in ways that suggest ritual rather than accident. Such acts remind us that abandonment is not merely practical. A house, shrine, or village can have a life cycle. It can be born, renewed, aged, and closed. What survives in the record suggests that some communities understood built places almost as living participants in social memory. To leave them required ceremony. The Lost Epoch contains collapses without chronicles, and that makes them easy to overlook. There is no lamentation text for a failed Neolithic village. No inscription blames a god, enemy, drought, or wicked ruler. No refugee account describes the final winter. But the human consequences were real. Families had to decide what to carry. Children had to learn new paths. Ancestors might be left behind. Stored food might be divided or lost. Alliances might be tested. A community that had once gathered around shared buildings and fields might scatter into smaller groups, merge with neighbours, or reform elsewhere under new rules. These small collapses matter because they trained human societies in resilience and vulnerability before states existed. Later civilizations would face the same categories of pressure at greater scale: environmental strain, disease, inequality, conflict, resource depletion, migration, and the burden of maintaining complex systems. The first villages were smaller, but the logic was already present. Complexity creates advantages, then demands maintenance. The more a society builds, stores, coordinates, and depends on fixed arrangements, the more it must protect those arrangements from stress. Collapse is not an exception to civilization. It is one of the shadows cast by permanence. In some places, early settlement seems to have produced cycles of growth and dispersal. Communities gather, expand, intensify production, then fragment. This pattern may reflect ecological pressure, social conflict, changing ritual needs, or the difficulty of sustaining dense life without the administrative tools later states would develop. But administration itself is not a cure. It brings its own burdens. The missing era shows the problem in its raw form: how many people can live together. For how long, under what rules, with what food, and at what cost? There is also the question of inequality. Early villages vary widely in the signs they leave. Some show relatively modest differences between houses and burials. Others suggest emerging distinctions in access to goods, ritual treatment, or space. Inequality may have grown through control of storage, land, animals, exchange networks, ancestry claims, or ritual knowledge. Once differences become inheritable, social tension can deepen, yet hierarchy may also help coordinate labor, settle disputes, or organize defense in some circumstances. The evidence remains incomplete, and early power was likely unstable, negotiated, and uneven. Still, the seeds of the later stratified society are visible before written titles appear. The body again becomes a witness. Changes in diet, stress markers, trauma, and disease can show that not everyone benefited equally from the new life ways. Some individuals may have eaten better than others. Some may have carried heavier labor burdens. Some may have been more exposed to violence. Gender, age, kinship, status, and origin may all have shaped experience, though archaeology can only partly reconstruct them. A village can look unified from above, but within it were different lives. Collapse, too, would not have fallen evenly. Ecological strain could be subtle. The production of lime plaster, for example, required fuel, and repeated plastering of floors and walls in some early settlements may have placed pressure on local woodlands. Herd animals grazing near settlements could alter vegetation. Farming on fragile soils could increase erosion. Hunting pressure could reduce local animal populations, especially when combined with habitat change. These impacts were far smaller than those of later empires or modern industry, but for a small community dependent on nearby resources, they could matter greatly. The Lost Epoch marks the beginning of humans not only adapting to landscapes, but exhausting some of the landscapes they depended on. At the same time, failure could produce innovation. A community facing depleted soil might move fields, develop new cultivation techniques, rely more on herding, intensify exchange, or shift settlement patterns. A village strained by crowding might create new rules of space, storage, or leadership. A group disrupted by drought might strengthen ties with distant communities. Crisis does not automatically lead to progress, but it can force change. The foundations of ancient civilization were shaped not only by successful experiments, but by the memory of what did not work. There is something haunting about these early failed worlds because they stand so close to us in emotional terms. A place built with effort becomes unlivable. A way of life that once seemed secure begins to produce its own dangers. The very things that make a community strong: storage, population, houses, fields, animals, rituals, ancestors, can make it vulnerable. This is not a primitive problem. It is a human one. By the time larger towns and eventually cities begin to form, people have already learned that permanence is unstable. They have seen settlements flourish and fail. They have seen the rewards of staying and the cost of being trapped. They have carried crops, stories, tools, and perhaps warnings from abandoned places into new ones. Written history will later remember great collapses because they leave ruins grand enough to impress. But beneath them lies a deeper history of smaller endings, each one part of the long education of settled life. Collapse before civilization does not mean civilization was doomed from the start. It means civilization inherited a dangerous bargain. To build is to commit. To store is to risk loss. To gather is to create both community and tension. To bind memory to place is to make departure painful. The Lost Epoch is where humans begin to feel the full weight of that bargain. Some communities endure, some change, some vanish from the visible record, and in their silence. They leave a warning older than writing: no settlement is only a home. It is also a test. When written civilizations finally begin to describe the world before themselves, they often imagine it as a time of wonders. There are floods that cover everything, islands that vanish beneath the sea, ancestors who live closer to the gods, first kings who rule for impossible lengths of time, and golden ages when life is said to have been purer, easier, or more complete. These stories are not archaeology, but they are not meaningless either. They are human attempts to look backward through fog. The Lost Epoch, because it leaves so few voices of its own, becomes a place where memory, myth, longing, and misunderstanding gather. Flood myths are among the most widespread and tempting examples. Many cultures preserve stories of overwhelming water, divine punishment, survival by boat, mountains appearing above the flood, or a remade world afterward. It is easy to connect these stories to the real environmental upheavals after the Ice Age: rising seas, drowned coastlines, river floods, tsunamis, lake outbursts, and landscapes transformed within human memory. In some cases, local disasters may well have left deep cultural impressions. The Black Sea, Mesopotamian river floods, coastal inundations, and tsunami events have all been discussed in relation to later traditions. But scholars still debate the connections, and caution is essential. A flood story in one culture does not automatically preserve a precise memory of post-glacial sea level rise. Water is a universal force, and floods are common enough to become powerful symbols almost everywhere. Still, the persistence of flood imagery reveals something important. Ancient people knew that worlds could be erased by water. They saw rivers break their banks, storms destroy settlements, coastlines shift, and fertile land become dangerous. For farming societies especially, water was both life and threat. Too little water meant famine, too much meant ruin. It is no surprise that myths made water into a force of judgment, renewal, and terror. What survives in the record suggests that real environmental experience and symbolic imagination often flowed together, even when we cannot separate them cleanly. The story of Atlantis belongs to this same dangerous borderland between memory and invention. Plato describes Atlantis as a powerful island civilization destroyed in a catastrophe, but his account appears in a philosophical context, shaped to explore politics, morality, and the ideal state. There is no mainstream evidence for a lost advanced Atlantis as popularly imagined. Claims that it represents a forgotten Ice Age super-civilization remain unsupported. Yet Atlantis endures because it gives a dramatic form to a real human anxiety that an entire world can vanish, and later people may inherit only fragments and rumours. The myth is not reliable history, but its emotional power is understandable. The Lost Epoch invites such myths because it is genuinely full of disappearance. Coastlands drowned, early settlements were abandoned, ritual centres were buried, languages vanished without record, human groups merged, migrated, or disappeared as distinct identities. The problem comes when mystery is used as permission to ignore evidence. The absence of writing does not mean anything can be true. It means the surviving evidence must be handled even more carefully. A drowned landscape is not proof of a lost empire. A monumental site is not proof of forgotten technology. A myth of ancient wisdom is not proof that civilization once rose and fell in a form archaeology cannot detect. The evidence remains incomplete. But incompleteness is not emptiness waiting for fantasy. Golden Age myths are equally revealing. Later societies often imagine the deep past as a time before corruption, labour, disease, hierarchy, or violence. In some traditions, the first humans live easily, close to divine beings or in harmony with nature, until a fall changes everything. These stories may preserve a moral reflection on the hardships of agricultural and urban life. Once people live with taxes, kings, forced labour, war, famine, and inequality, it is natural to imagine that earlier life was freer. In a limited way, there may be a historical echo here. Some hunter-gatherer societies did have more varied diets, more mobility, and less institutional hierarchy than later farming states. But this does not mean the deep past was paradise. It held hunger, injury, infant mortality, conflict, cold, and danger. No single explanation fully accounts for Golden Age traditions, but they often reveal more about the society telling the story than the era being described. There is a surprising irony in this. The very hardships created by farming and settlement may have helped generate nostalgia for a world before farming and settlement. People tied to fields might imagine freedom in wandering. People burdened by rulers might imagine ancestors without kings. People living in crowded towns might imagine a cleaner, older earth. The lost epoch becomes a mirror. Later civilizations look into it and see what they fear they have lost. Myths of first farmers, first cities, and divine gifts also point backward into the missing era. Many ancient traditions do not treat agriculture as an ordinary human invention. They describe it as something taught by gods, culture heroes, ancestors, or semi-divine beings. This makes sense in societies where farming is the foundation of survival and identity. The origin of grain, irrigation, cattle, or bread cannot be merely practical. It must be sacred. Yet archaeology shows that these practices emerged through long human experimentation. The divine gift in myth may compress thousands of unnamed decisions into one memorable act. The myth preserves importance, not process. This compression is one reason myths are both valuable and dangerous. They can remember that something mattered while forgetting how it happened. They can preserve the emotional truth of transformation while distorting chronology, cause, and scale. A real flood becomes a cosmic flood. A remembered migration becomes the journey of a founding ancestor. A shift to agriculture becomes a god's instruction. A powerful old ruin becomes the work of giants. Myths do not need to be literal to reveal what later people found impossible to explain in ordinary terms. Popular theories often rush into the spaces where myth and missing evidence overlap. Some propose vanished global civilizations, ancient astronauts, lost master races, or secret technologies erased by catastrophe. These ideas are usually framed as daring alternatives to cautious scholarship, but they often do something less imaginative than archaeology. They replace the real complexity of ancient people with modern fantasies of hidden elites. They underestimate what non-state societies could actually do. They look at stone monuments and assume ordinary humans could not have organized such work without outside help. This is not respect for the past. It is a failure to understand human capability. The mainstream view is not that ancient people were simple. It is that extraordinary claims require evidence. Göbekli Tepe does not need aliens or Atlantis to be astonishing. Drowned coastlines do not need a lost empire to matter. Early farmers do not need forgotten scientific knowledge to transform the world. The Lost Epoch is remarkable precisely because it shows human beings working with stone, wood, memory, hunger, ritual, and patience, creating new forms of life without the institutions later people assume are necessary. The truth is quieter than fringe theories, but far deeper. At the same time, archaeology should not become arrogant toward myth. Ancient stories are not laboratory reports, but they are records of human meaning. They show what societies feared, valued, remembered, justified, and mourned. A flood myth may not preserve a geological event exactly, but it can reveal the centrality of water and vulnerability. A golden age myth may not describe real prehistory, but it can reveal dissatisfaction with hierarchy and labor. A legend of vanished land may not identify a specific submerged site, but it can preserve the emotional memory of loss. Myths are not maps, but they are weather vanes. They show which way cultural winds were blowing. The missing era sits behind them all, not as a single lost golden world, but as a long and varied human threshold. It contains real transformations so profound that later people could hardly imagine them as ordinary. How did humans come to depend on grain? How did villages begin? Why do the dead matter to land? Why do floods destroy and renew? Why do monuments outlast names? Why do people remember a time before kings, Myths answer these questions with gods, heroes, punishments, gifts, and catastrophes. Archaeology answers with seeds, bones, houses, sediments, tools, and DNA. Neither alone gives the full human picture. The danger is choosing only the answer that comforts us. Myth without evidence becomes fantasy. Evidence without imagination becomes a catalogue. The Lost Epoch needs both disciplined analysis and human sympathy. It asks us to understand why later civilizations filled the silence with stories, while also refusing to mistake those stories for direct reportage. The gap is real. The longing is real. But the people of the missing era were not characters in later myths. They were themselves. By the time writing begins preserving flood stories, king lists, and origin myths, the events that inspired some of their deepest themes may already be thousands of years old, transformed beyond recognition. The world before writing has become ancestral dreamscape. It is remembered not in detail, but in shape water, loss, first gifts, sacred places, vanished lands, older freedoms, dangerous knowledge, the beginning of toil. These shapes are not useless. They are the shadows cast by real human change. So the Lost Epoch does not explain every myth, and every myth does not lead back to the Lost Epoch, but they meet in the same human need to make disappearance meaningful. When a landscape drowns, when a settlement is abandoned, when an old way of life fades, people do not remember only facts. They remember through story, and stories, like rivers, change their channels over time. They carry silt from many places. They flood, recede, and leave deposits behind. The task is to read those deposits carefully, not to flatten myth into geology, not to inflate archaeology into legend, but to see how both reveal a species trying to understand its own broken memory. The missing era was not a golden age, not Atlantis, not a vanished technological paradise. It was something more human, a difficult, inventive, unstable world whose transformations were so deep that later people could only explain them with sacred stories. The myths are not the Lost Epoch itself. They are echoes in a valley after the speakers have gone. When history finally begins to speak, it does not speak with one voice. It speaks in scratched signs, seal impressions, accounting marks, royal names, temple records, funerary formulas, labels on goods, and symbols of authority. It speaks unevenly, first in places where human life has already become dense enough, organized enough, and burdened enough to require memory outside the body. Writing does not arrive as a gentle dawn over a silent world. It arrives like a tool made for pressure. To count, claim, command, dedicate, remember, and control. By the time the earliest writing systems appear in Mesopotamia and Egypt, and later in other regions through independent invention or adaptation, the Lost Epoch has already done much of its work. Villages have become towns in some places. Crops and animals have been domesticated. Trade routes connect distant landscapes. Temples and ritual centers gather food, labor, and identity. Social ranks have sharpened. Landscapes have been cleared, irrigated, settled, and named by communities long before those names become visible to us. The first written records do not create this world. They reveal it after it has already grown deep roots. In southern Mesopotamia, the earliest urban world rises in a landscape of rivers, marshes, fields, and artificial channels. The Tigris and Euphrates do not simply provide abundance, they demand management. Water must be directed, fields must be organized, labor must be coordinated, and harvest must be stored. In this setting, writing develops from systems of accounting, tokens, sealings, and marks that help institutions track goods and obligations. The earliest tablets are often practical rather than poetic. They record grain, animals, labor, beer, textiles, and rations. This may seem humble, but it is one of the most important thresholds in human history. Once a society can store obligations in signs, power changes form. The city of Uruk, in the late 4th millennium BCE, shows how far the transformation has moved by the time writing becomes visible. Its monumental precincts, administrative systems, craft production, long-distance exchange, and expanding influence reveal a society far beyond the scale of early villages. Yet Uruk is not a sudden miracle. It stands on foundations built by thousands of years of settlement, cultivation, irrigation, exchange, and ritual organization. The Lost Epoch is present there. Not as memory, perhaps, but as infrastructure. Grain agriculture, household labor, temple gathering, animal management, and regional networks all precede the tablets that begin to count them. Egypt offers a different path into written history. Along the Nile, seasonal flooding creates a powerful agricultural rhythm. Communities along the river develop social complexity, craft specialization, long-distance exchange, and elite burial traditions before the full emergence of the pharaonic state. When writing appears, it is closely tied to kingship, administration, ritual, and display. Names become durable. Power becomes visual. The ruler's identity can be attached to objects, tombs, and acts of control. Yet here too, writing enters late. The Nile world that allows kingship has already been shaped by generations of farmers, herders, fishers, traders, and ritual specialists whose names are gone. The first written civilizations often look backward with confidence, but that confidence hides dependence. They inherit crops they did not invent in a single moment, animals domesticated across long processes, settlement traditions tested through failure, symbolic systems older than writing, and social tensions born in the village. A scribe recording grain rations is participating in a system that began when people first made food storable. A king claiming land stands at the end of a long transformation in which land became something families, lineages, temples, or rulers could control. A temple receiving offerings inherits the older power of gathering places, feasts, ancestors, and sacred architecture. Writing gives these things names, but it does not give them birth. This is one of the great revelations of the Lost Epoch. The beginning of written history is not the beginning of complexity. It is the point at which complexity becomes documentable. A palace can archive itself. A temple can preserve its transactions. A ruler can project memory beyond death. A law can be fixed in words. But before that, complexity lived in custom, repetition, architecture, ritual, and landscape. The transition from unwritten to written history is therefore not a transition from simple to complex. It is a transition from one kind of memory to another. Still, writing changes everything it touches. It creates new possibilities for administration and inequality. A tax obligation can outlive a conversation. A boundary can be recorded. A worker can be counted. A debt can be remembered by an institution rather than a person. A ruler's name can travel beyond the ruler's body. A myth can be standardized. A ritual can be repeated from text. Writing strengthens institutions because it allows them to remember more than any one human being can. It also creates specialists, scribes whose skill gives them access to power. The Lost Epoch built the conditions. Writing intensifies them. A surprising detail is how long writing remains limited. Early writing is not instantly used by everyone. It is not a democratic technology of personal expression. For long periods, literacy belongs to narrow groups tied to administration, temples, courts, and trade. Most people in early states continue living largely through oral culture. Farmers, herders, labourers, craft workers, and many local communities remain almost as voiceless in texts as their Neolithic ancestors. Even when history speaks, it often speaks over the majority. The missing era does not end completely with writing. Its silence persists inside written civilization itself. This is why early texts must be read with suspicion as well as gratitude. They preserve names, events, and institutions, but they are not neutral mirrors. Kings exaggerate victories. Temples record what matters to temples. Administrators count what institutions can claim. Myths reshape the past according to religious and political needs. The poor appear as labor categories more often than as individuals, women, children, foreigners, captives. And pastoral groups may be filtered through elite perspectives. Writing gives us voices, but not all voices. The historian's work remains an act of listening around power. The Indus civilization adds another layer to the problem. It develops large urban centers, standardized weights, craft production, drainage systems, long-distance trade, and a distinctive sign system that remains undeciphered. Here, history seems to speak and fall silent at the same time. The marks exist, but their language and meaning remain uncertain. Without readable texts, the Indus world is known mostly through archaeology, despite its urban sophistication. This reminds us that writing alone is not enough. A script must survive in sufficient quantity, context, and decipherable form. Otherwise, even a great civilization can remain partly within the missing era. In China, early writing appears clearly on oracle bones in the late Shang period, already connected to divination, kingship, ancestors, and state power. But the roots of Chinese agricultural and settled life extend much deeper through Neolithic cultures along the Yellow River, Yangtze and other regions. Millet and rice farming, jade working, walled sites, ritual objects, social differentiation, and regional traditions long precede the texts that name kings and royal ancestors. Once again, writing illuminates a world already old. The first readable names are not the first lives that mattered. In Mesoamerica, writing develops independently much later than in Mesopotamia or Egypt, but there too it emerges from long pre-existing traditions of settlement, agriculture, ritual, and social complexity. Maize agriculture, village life, ceremonial centers, and regional exchange create foundations before texts become prominent. The pattern repeats globally in different forms. Writing arrives after long preparation. Wherever it appears, it stands on a buried platform of unwritten change. When history finally speaks, it also begins to reorganize memory of the missing era. Written civilizations create origin stories that make their world seem divinely ordered, ancient, and inevitable. Mesopotamian traditions remember antediluvian kings and great floods. Egyptian kingship presents itself as cosmic order against chaos. Later societies trace their institutions to gods, ancestors, or culture heroes. These stories do not preserve the lost epoch plainly, but they reveal that early states needed deep legitimacy. They looked backward to authorize the present. The older unwritten world became a reservoir of sacred beginnings. Archaeology shows that those beginnings were messier. There was no single moment when humans became civilized, No single field, temple, king, or tablet created the ancient world. Instead, written history emerges from layers of experiment mobile foragers adapting to climate change, coastal communities losing land to rising seas, villages testing settlement, cultivators reshaping plants, herders managing animals, ritual centres gathering people, networks moving goods, and communities surviving or failing under pressure. Writing appears late in this long sequence, then changes how the sequence is remembered. The first texts therefore stand like torches at the edge of a vast dark plain. They illuminate what is nearer storerooms, rulers, temples, offerings, labour, names, and official acts. Beyond the torchlight lies the longer human transformation that made those things possible. The temptation is to treat the lit area as the beginning, because it is easier to see, but the darkness behind it is not empty. It is full of roads, fields, bones, drowned coasts, abandoned houses, carved stones, and forgotten dead. As the ancient world enters writing, the missing era does not vanish. It becomes foundation, ancestry, and shadow. Its practices continue inside literate societies, often without acknowledgement. Farmers still read seasons by sky and soil. Ritual still depends on performance. Memory still moves orally through families. Ancestors still matter. Local identities still survive beneath state names. Written administration grows over an older human world that remains partly unwritten. Even in the age of scribes, most history is still lived without becoming text. That is perhaps the most important lesson of this threshold. History speaking does not mean history becomes complete. It means one form of evidence has joined many others. The first tablets and inscriptions are precious, but they are not a final answer. They are late arrivals in a story already ancient. They tell us that the Lost Epoch succeeded in creating the conditions for cities, states, and records. But they also remind us that the people who made those conditions are mostly unnamed. When the first signs are pressed into clay, the silence breaks, but only partially. A door opens into ancient history, and through it we see institutions forming, rulers claiming, temples counting, and cities naming themselves. Yet behind that door remains the long corridor of the missing era, where the deepest changes happened without scribes. The written world is not a replacement for that silence. It is its descendant. What the Lost Epoch changed is almost too large to see from inside the story. It did not merely add farming to foraging, villages to camps, or monuments to landscapes. It changed the basic grammar of human life. It altered how people related to food, time, land, animals, ancestors, labour, memory, and one another. Later civilizations would give these changes names: laws, gods, borders, offices, taxes, and myths. But the deeper transformation had already begun before writing could preserve it. The Lost Epoch is the workshop where the ancient world's most enduring tools were made. The first great change is dependence on place. For most of human existence, mobility is not a failure to settle. It is a successful strategy. People survive by knowing when to move, where to return, and how to live across varied landscapes. But as communities invest more in houses, fields, storage, herds, and burial grounds, place becomes heavier. It becomes home in a new sense, not merely a familiar region, but a fixed centre of obligation. A field must be tended, a house must be repaired, a store must be guarded, ancestors must be honoured. The land no longer simply feeds people as they move through it, it begins to hold them. From that attachment grows property. though not always in the later legal sense. A family may claim a house because it built and rebuilt it. A lineage may claim a burial place because its dead are there. A community may claim fields because its labour cleared them. A ritual group may claim a hill, spring, or shrine because memory gathers there. The evidence remains incomplete, and early ownership was likely varied, flexible, and negotiated. But the direction is important. Land, food, and built space become things over which people can argue, inherit, defend, and exclude. The future city, with its walls and records, begins with this quieter attachment. The second change is time. Farming and storage reshape the future. A hunter-gatherer community plans carefully, but agriculture ties planning to cycles of sowing, waiting, harvesting, and surviving the months between. Stored food allows people to think beyond immediate return. It creates reserves, debts, promises, and fears. Grain in a bin is tomorrow made visible. It can save lives in scarcity, but it can also be counted, stolen, taxed, controlled, and used to command labour. Before the first state granary, before the first ration tablet, the idea already exists that food can be accumulated in one place and made socially powerful. Labour changes with time. Fields demand repetitive work. Herds demand vigilance. Houses demand maintenance. Monuments demand coordination. Plaster floors, stone walls, storage pits, irrigation channels, terraces, and paths all require people to return to tasks again and again. This repetition creates discipline long before written law. It also creates inequality in burden. Some bodies grind more grain, some carry more water, some herd animals farther. Some manage ritual or storage rather than soil. The archaeological record can sometimes reveal strain in bones, but it cannot fully recover how labour was valued, divided, resented, or justified. Scholars still debate many of these social arrangements, but the basic fact remains the Lost Epoch made work more fixed to place and season. Animals also enter a new relationship with humans. The dog had already crossed an earlier threshold, but sheep, goats, cattle, pigs, and later many other species become part of human systems in deeper ways. Domesticated animals provide meat, milk, hides, wool, traction, dung, status, sacrifice, and wealth. Depending on region and period, they also require pasture, protection, breeding control, and conflict management. A herd is mobile wealth. It can reproduce, die, be stolen, exchanged, sacrificed, or inherited. In later ancient societies, animals will become central to economy and ritual, but their importance begins in the Lost Epoch, when humans learn to live not just beside animals, but through them. Plants are changed even more profoundly. Wheat, barley, rice, millet, maize, beans, squash, potatoes, and other crops do not simply feed civilizations, they become co-creators of civilization's form. A crop's grow in season shapes labour, its storage qualities shape settlement, its nutritional limits shape bodies, its vulnerability shapes ritual, its surplus potential shapes hierarchy. Humans domesticate plants, but plants domesticate human schedules. The evidence remains incomplete for many early cultivation systems, and the path differs across regions, yet the global consequence is unmistakable. Human societies begin reorganizing themselves around species that can be planted, harvested, stored, and expanded. The Lost Epoch also changes belief. This does not mean belief begins there. Symbolic life is far older, but settlement, cultivation, and ancestry give belief new anchors. The dead can be buried under floors. Monuments can mark gathering places. Seasonal rituals can align with harvest, animal movement, or celestial cycles. Fertility, death, renewal, and protection become tied to fields, houses, and herds, later gods as grain, storm, cattle, river, mountain. An underworld may not descend directly from any one Neolithic practice, but they grow in a human world already shaped by these dependencies. When survival depends on rain arriving, seeds sprouting, animals breeding, and stores lasting, the sacred becomes intensely practical. Hierarchy changes too, not everywhere at once, and not always in the same way. Some early communities may have remained relatively egalitarian for long periods. Others show signs of emerging difference through burial treatment, house size, access to rare materials, or control of ritual spaces. Inequality likely grew through many routes: stored food, land claims, herd ownership, ancestry, craft specialization, exchange networks, violence, and religious authority. No single explanation fully accounts for it, but the Lost Epoch creates more things that can be controlled. Once food, land, animals, and sacred knowledge become concentrated, power has places to gather. Migration is reshaped as well. People had always moved, but now movement carries crops, animals, diseases, technologies, and settlement practices across regions. Farming spreads through both migration and adoption, with different balances in different places. Ancient DNA has revealed that some expansions involve substantial movement of people, while others involved mixture with existing populations. These migrations do not simply replace one world with another. They create frontier zones, blended communities, conflict, exchange, and new identities. The ancient world's later ethnic, linguistic, and cultural landscapes are rooted partly in these deep movements, though the links are often complex and debated. Conflict takes on new forms because wealth takes on new forms. Stored grain can be seized, herds can be raided, fields can be burned, water can be controlled, boundaries can matter more. Yet violence is only one side of intensified social life. Cooperation grows too. Irrigation, building, harvest, herding, trade, and ritual gathering require coordination. The same conditions that make conflict possible also make larger cooperation necessary. The Lost Epoch does not create human goodness or cruelty. It gives both new arenas. One surprising legacy is bureaucracy before bureaucracy. Long before writing, communities must develop ways to remember shares, obligations, seasons, stored goods, and relationships. They may use tokens, tallies, marks, repeated rituals, trusted elders, or household customs. Later writing systems will formalize and expand these practices, but the need for accounting begins earlier. A village with shared storage already faces administrative questions. Who contributed? Who receives? Who decides? Who remembers the first scribe inherits problems that were born in unwritten rooms? The Lost Epoch also changes the landscape at a planetary scale, though slowly at first. Forests are cleared, fires are set, fields spread, herds graze, soil is disturbed, wetlands are used, plants and animals are moved beyond older ranges. These early changes are small compared with later empires and modern industrial societies, but they mark a turning point. Humans become ecosystem engineers in a more persistent way. The Earth begins to carry signatures of human intention not only in camps and tools, but in pollen records, erosion patterns, species distributions, and altered habitats. Yet perhaps the deepest change is psychological. people begin to live with a stronger sense that the future is something they must build in one place. A planted seed is a claim on the future. A house foundation is a claim on return. A child born in a village inherits not only kin, but walls, fields, paths, and obligations. An ancestor buried nearby makes the past local. Time thickens around place. This is the emotional foundation of later civilization. The sense that a human community belongs somewhere, and that somewhere belongs, in some way, to it. The consequences are immense. From these changes come towns, cities, temples, walls, kingship, taxation, written record, organized warfare, markets, social classes, inherited wealth, territorial gods, and law. But they also bring other legacies: bread, beer, village festivals, household shrines, family land, seasonal rituals, pastoral memory, garden plots, funeral customs, and the ordinary idea of home as a fixed place. The Lost Epoch does not only create states, it creates much of daily life as later people understand it. Still, it is important not to turn this transformation into destiny. Many societies continue to live outside farming states, and many did so successfully. Foragers, pastoralists, fishers, and shifting cultivators remained essential actors in ancient history. Some avoided the burdens of states for millennia. Some traded with them. Some raided them. Some were absorbed by them. Some outlasted them. The Lost Epoch changed the world, but it did not make one way of life universal or inevitable. It opened a powerful path, and that path expanded because it could support numbers, surplus, and institutions on a scale difficult to resist. What the Lost Epoch changed, then, was possibility. It made possible the concentration of people, food, memory, labour, and authority. It made possible the first cities, but also the first urban diseases. It made possible stored abundance, but also famine under failed systems. It made possible monuments, but also forced labour. It made possible written history, but also the erasure of those who did not write. It made possible civilization, not as a simple triumph, but as a bargain humans are still living inside. And behind every later ancient civilization, this bargain remains visible. In Mesopotamia, grain and canals; in Egypt, flood and field; in the Indus world, settlement and craft; in China, millet, rice, ancestors, and walled communities; in Mesoamerica, maize and ceremonial centers. Different worlds, different timelines, different answers, yet all shaped by the Lost Epoch's deeper questions: how to stay, how to store, how to remember, how to cooperate, how to control, how to survive the risks created by success. The missing era changed history before history could describe change. It turned landscapes into homes, food into wealth, ancestors into claims, labour into institutions, and memory into architecture. It did not erase the older human world of movement and flexibility, but it placed beside it a heavier world of settlement and accumulation. From that tension, ancient history unfolds. The silence that remains is not empty. It is full of people whose lives pressed against the world with the same urgency as any king whose name survived on stone. They woke in houses still damp with morning cold, walked paths between fields and water, watched animals for signs of weather, carried grain in baskets, repaired walls, tended fires, buried children, remembered old coastlines, feared hunger, argued over stores, gathered at sacred places. and looked at the same moon that later scribes would fold into calendars and omens. They made the foundations of ancient history, but history did not yet know how to keep their names. This is the final difficulty of the Lost Epoch. The more we learn, the more visible it becomes, and yet its centre remains unreachable. Archaeology can show that a village expanded, that a shrine was rebuilt, that a crop changed, that a body came from elsewhere, that a child suffered illness, that a coast drowned, that obsidian travelled from a distant mountain, but it cannot fully restore the inner life of the people who made those traces. The evidence remains incomplete, and perhaps it always will. The missing era can be approached, reconstructed and respected, but not completely recovered. Still, the silence has shape. It is shaped like a buried house floor, smoothed and renewed by hands that expected to stay. It is shaped like a grinding stone worn hollow by years of repeated motion. It is shaped like a skull carefully plastered, not discarded, because the dead still mattered among the living. It is shaped like a seed whose form slowly changed under human selection. It is shaped like a submerged plain where people once walked before the sea took the path away. It is shaped like a hilltop ring of carved pillars, raised before kingdoms, speaking in the animals because no written language was there to translate belief into words. The Lost Epoch is not one vanished civilization. It is the age of many beginnings, most of them unnamed. It is the age when people tested the weight of staying. It is the age when food became something that could be stored, guarded, inherited, and controlled. It is the age when ancestors became tied to land, when ritual places gathered communities, when plants and animals entered new bonds with human survival, when movement and settlement existed side by side in uneasy balance. No single explanation fully accounts for all of it, because there was no single human path. There were many paths, crossing and separating across landscapes that often no longer exist. What remains most important is the correction this era forces on the imagination. Civilization did not arrive suddenly from emptiness. It did not begin when writing began. It did not appear because one brilliant invention solved the problem of being human. It grew out of countless experiments, compromises, failures, returns, and risks. It grew from people who were not trying to become ancient history. They were trying to live through changing climates, shifting waters, crowded settlements, uncertain harvests, dangerous animals, demanding rituals, and the pressure of memory. And in that sense, the Lost Epoch is not truly lost. It survives in the structure of later worlds. It survives whenever a city depends on grain. It survives whenever land becomes inheritance. It survives whenever the dead are tied to place. It survives whenever people build monuments to make memory heavier than the body. It survives in the long human habit of turning landscape into identity. Written history may begin after this era, but it never leaves it behind. The silence that remains is therefore not a wall, it is a distance. Across that distance, fragments still reach us. A charred grain, a carved fox, a child's footprint in ancient mud, a drowned forest beneath the tide, a worn tooth holding traces of food, a settlement mound rising layer by layer from lives repeated in one place. These are not enough to give us everything, but they are enough to prove that the missing page was never blank. The long story slows here, at the edge of what can be known. The Lost Epoch does not end with a trumpet or a burning city. It fades into the first records, the first names, the first accounts of grain and kings and offerings. But beneath those words, the older silence remains. It lies under the clay tablet, under the temple floor, under the field boundary, under the road to the city gate. It is the silence of people who change the world without leaving a sentence behind. They are gone, but not entirely. Their choices still live in the shape of human life in the planted field, in the village path, in the house built where another house once stood, in the fear of failed rain, in the comfort of stored food, in the need to remember the dead. They live in the ancient habit of gathering around places that seem to hold meaning longer than a single life can. Time has covered them unevenly. Some were buried by dust, some by forest, some by later cities, some by the sea. The shore moved, the rivers shifted, the languages vanished, and the stories changed their names until they became myth. Yet the traces remain, quiet and stubborn, waiting for careful eyes. Perhaps that is the most honest way to leave this missing era not solved, not emptied of mystery, but restored to weight. It was not a pause before history. It was the deep breath before history learned to write. It was crowded with invention, loss, hunger, ritual, danger, patience, and memory. And somewhere beneath a modern field, or under a village mound, or far below a calm sheet of water, there may still be a hearth no one has found, a tool where a hand last dropped it, a floor once swept clean, a seed burned black in a forgotten fire. Small things, almost nothing, but enough to remind us that the ancient world did not begin with kings. It began with people staying a little longer beside the water, watching the seasons change, and wondering whether the ground beneath their feet might finally be called home.